stressful at all. All right, hello everybody. Thanks a lot for coming out tonight. I'd like to call the City Council meeting to order. Let's go ahead and start with a roll call and Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor Bagley.
Here.
Council members Christensen. Here. Finley. Here. Martin. Here. Peck. Rodriguez. Here. Waters. Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, great. Let's say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, a quick reminder to the public. Anyone wishing to speak at first call, public invited to be, actually the only call, public invited to be heard this evening. Make sure your name gets on this list by the time we hit it. If not, you'll have to wait till the next meeting. All right, do we have a motion to approve the August 13th, 2019 regular session minutes? It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go ahead and we have a proclamation that's not on the agenda, but they are here this evening. Travel plans changed. We'd like to invite the Zhejiang Language School up. Carrie Adams from Silver Creek is here to accept the proclamation, and as you make your way forward, you can make your way forward, because at the very least, even if you don't say anything, we're going to take your picture. So it says, a proclamation designating August 27th, 2019 as Zhejiang Foreign Language School Day in Longmont, Colorado. Whereas the Silver Creek High School Leadership Academy in the St. Vrain Valley School District is honored to welcome students and staff from the Zhejiang Foreign Language School in China. And whereas the City of Longmont prides itself on being an inclusive community celebrating the diversity of our residents, and whereas building connections around the world can lead to peace, understanding, and friendship, now therefore, I, Brian J. Bagley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me, and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim August 27, 2019 as Zhejiang Foreign Language School Day in Longmont, and invite all to recognize the goal of our students in this program to become global citizens and leaders of the future. Signed, the Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us here tonight. We are honored to have our friends visiting from China. I would like to introduce Rita Liu from our APAL organization to introduce the principal and one of the teachers from the organization. They have a couple of words and a little gift for you that they'd like to share with you. So here's Rita.
I would like to introduce our guest. The principal.
And Rita, can you really get up close to the microphone so everyone can hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, much better. I would like to introduce the principal, Bing Xu. Of the Zhejiang Foreign Language School. And the teacher, Huiying Chen. Representing APAL, I'm welcoming our guest here, and now I'm handing it over to Carrie Adams.
Okay. Distinguished council members, okay, we are from China, Zhejiang, Jiangxi, okay. Now here is my principal, Mr. Xu. We are very glad to be here. It's a great honor for us to stand here and to introduce our country and our school to you. As you know, China is a country with a long history and a rich culture. Today, we traveled a long distance here to try to learn something from your country. You know, these two countries have built a long and great relationship for a long time. We hope we can continue this kind of relationship for centuries. Maybe you don't know about our school. It's a very beautiful school and located in a very beautiful city, Zhejiang. Maybe this city is very famous for the mountain, just like Rocky Mountains here. You know, Rocky Mountains is, It's very beautiful and with scenic picture, rustic scenery, just like Mount Lu in Zhejiang. I hope one day you can pay a visit to our city and to tour around the mountain. Okay, and our school is a complete secondary school, including the junior school and the high school. There were more than 300 teachers there, and almost 4,000 students there. Yeah, it's quite a big school. And this is a school specializing in foreign language teaching and studying. So we are very eager to build up a sister school with Silver Creek High School. Sorry, I mistaken your name. And we hope one day we can send our students here to study, to learn something from you. You have very advanced educational system, much better than ours, okay? So we can learn something from you. And we hope you can also send some students to China to learn Chinese. Chinese is very useful and beautiful language. Okay, thank you for your listening.
No, thank you for being here.
And here is this one is our school yearbook for you and to your all distinguished mayor. And a very small gift for you.
Can we take your picture with your students?
Yeah,
And just so you know, I don't know what the educational system or quality is like, but it sounds like you have a pretty good teacher-student ratio, which is far better than us.
Thank you very much.
13 to 1, I think we'll take. All right. Thank you again to our Chinese guests. Come back soon, please. All right. Let's go on. Are there any agenda revisions or? Okay, Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. To my colleagues, when you came in this evening, you had two documents in front of you. They are two proposed draft resolutions on which I've been spending some time. I had wanted to wait until we got land code issues and all the associated decisions, wildlife management, SES. I hoped to have had all that behind us before I brought this to the council. But August 1st came and went. We don't have that stuff on tonight's agenda. So that's dragging out, for reasons we understand, longer than we had intended. And it just seems to me that, for me personally, waiting on these two issues, especially the second I'm going to mention, it's more timely. The issue, and my concern is more timely than it might, where the agenda might allow us to get to this in a month or two or whenever. So the two resolutions in front of you, one has to do with health care. The green document, as you read through this, it is not advancing a solution to our challenge of inaccessible, unaffordable, low-quality health care. But it is a resolution that, if the council were to adopt it, would encourage our state and congressional representatives to step up to this challenge and give us financial models to evaluate what we currently have as a model or options and alternatives. That's a big step towards more access for more people with higher quality at less cost. So I'm going to make two motions in a moment. One of them is going to be relative to this particular resolution, and the motion, when I make it, will be to put it on a future agenda. The second resolution, the lavender, is on gun safety. I have my preference on whether it's health care or on this issue from the time I came on this council was to take an approach to issues like this where I felt like I could make a difference and not just make a statement. But I don't know how to, I cannot, in light of what's happened in the last 3 or 4 weeks, I cannot make a statement at this point in time, no matter how much of a difference I can or cannot make with the resolution. My hope is that if every municipality in the country, every school board, every board of county commissioners were to stand up on this issue and communicate with Congress, we might all not just be making statements, but be making a difference. So that's the hope. So here are the motions. The first is, I move that we direct staff to put the gun safety resolution on the September 10th regular agenda for council consideration.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. So that's the one we're gonna talk about now, and then I assume you're gonna move later for the healthcare resolution. Just out of curiosity, what date would that be?
September 10th is our first regular meeting in September.
Both on September 10th?
No. The motion is that I'm going to move in a moment that the health care resolution go on the September 24th agenda.
All right. All right. We have a motion on the table, and that is that why don't we take a moment, if you don't mind, if we could take a moment and read through before we vote? If everyone wants to take a few minutes and read. All right, I'm seeing that people are, okay, actually, sorry. You good to go? You good? All right, anybody still reading? Need more time? Okay. All right, Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. First of all, I would encourage Councilmember Waters to, in the future, send these to us before the meeting so we don't have reading time at council meetings. The second question I have is exactly what is the goal of this proclamation? So many times we pass resolutions that don't really do anything but make a political statement, and I'm just unclear what the goal is here.
Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. Councilmember Finley, as I tried to indicate earlier, I don't pretend that these are going to make a difference by us passing a resolution, not proclamations, but resolutions. But I feel like the residents of Ward 1 deserve to know where I stand on these two issues. And I think the residents of Longmont deserve to know where we stand as a council on these two issues. So if there's a short-term objective, it would be just to be clear, where are we, collectively at least, or if there's a majority that cares about this or not. I mean, obviously, we could vote not to put this on or vote not to approve a resolution or adopt a resolution. In terms of what I feel I owe this community, I've put these in front of the council. That's the objective, to be clear, at least where I stand and potentially where we stand. Longer term, if other city councils thought it worthy of their time and attention to consider not these necessarily, but resolutions of their own to communicate to policymakers at state and federal levels where they stand on these issues, maybe we play a leadership role in making that happen.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like to thank Councilman Waters for bringing this forth. I'm completely in support of this. I think we talk and we talk and we talk and we have prayers and thoughts, but really we need to actually do something. And I think this, even though this is just a proclamation maybe, it is an opportunity for us to discuss these things. It's an opportunity for people to be educated, which is very helpful. I don't think most people still really understand that 80% of gun deaths are caused by suicide. And if it saves one life, I'm for it. There's also the fact that there are people, every time the people in the state level mention guns or anything regarding guns and vote on it, they are punished by certain people by having a recall against them, and that has to stop. That undermines the democracy, the whole democratic method. We already elected them. Now, because they voted with their conscience, you want to recall them. I am all for this. I think it would be a good opportunity to discuss this again. And I think this is a very measured and logical proposal, and I appreciate the references. I think that's very helpful. I do think you need to say under bullet point 5, define military-grade weapons, because that is often a criticism by gun rights people that, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It's no, blah, blah, blah. So, and in some cases that's true. Military-grade weapons need to be defined more closely. But I'm all for this, and I thank you for bringing it forth.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. In conversations surrounding this topic, I've been fairly clear with folks that if this were, say, city policy, my vote would be very different than what it would be tonight, but I do think it's important to be transparent about my personal beliefs and stance on the issue, and as this is a resolution, I'm inclined to vote for it.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I do think that we've had two community conversations about this gun control issue, and I think that when we engage our community, that we need to act upon what it is they bring to the table, and not just let those conversations filter away and we do nothing about it. And many of the things I heard in those conversations are covered in this resolution. So I am in favor of it because it does make a statement about where I personally want to go in our country as far as taking care of people and protecting them as much as we can. So I am for the resolution, and I'm glad that you brought it forward.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. I would just like to say that in my opinion, the most powerful thing about this is the concept that we could be leading the charge for a series of municipalities to make similar resolutions and thereby force action at the state and federal level, not just in Colorado, but perhaps in other states as well. I just finished looking it up. There are 822 cities, councils, and jurisdictions worldwide that have declared a climate emergency so far. We are not one of them, but I believe that we are preparing one to consider. That kind of reaction is a voice that would be heard if it happened on these subjects, and so I'm going to vote for both of them.
All right, queue's empty, but my concern is just that what I would like to happen in order for me to get behind it, it doesn't really matter because it sounds like we've got the votes to pass, but my concern is that by passing this resolution, we're really asking for things. I guess what I'm saying is the data and the whereases that talk about the data, and since you wrote it, I know the data is accurate. I noticed you even have notes and citations. Yes, it's well documented. So I'm all for citing data. But then where you lose me is on page 3, where it says, therefore be it resolved, and then it has a list of actions that we're encouraging the Colorado governor, the United States Congress, and the state legislature to take, that I would question whether or not these are effective measures to do what I think we all want, which is gun safety. So I would feel more comfortable. I mean, why doesn't anybody just do a research project to look at all the mass shootings and find out what they had in common and start attacking them? So I would feel comfortable with a resolution that said this, encouraging people to start looking at the problem, which I don't think they've done. But what we're asking, you're right, people should know where we stand, right? So, I mean, the bullet points here, required state-issued permits for gun ownership. I have no problem for a license, right? But for example, Boulder outlawed AR-15s. Nobody complied. So with a list, are the police going to go door to door and confiscate the weapons? The next bullet point, universal background checks on all sales, including private sale of firearms. We already do that as a state. Next, state-issued permits for concealed carry. I believe that the county sheriff is appropriate. State-issued permits for concealed carry within a vehicle. There's currently a constitutional right to conceal carry in your home, in your car, and in your place of work that I think that I wouldn't encourage people to infringe upon. Banning the personal sale or purchase of military-grade weapons by non-military personnel. You can pull up anything on YouTube and you can see that by just one small minor change, you have a semi-automatic rifle that either is or is not a pistol or is not a military-grade weapon just by the shape of the stock. So I would question our ability to do that. Next, limits on magazine capacity. Again, already limited. Required gun locks that enable only permitted gun owners to fire a weapon. Well, sometimes you don't want gun access restricted. And there's 300 million guns currently in the United States that don't have such a lock. I mean, there's 300 million, you know. And then red flagging individuals who have given family members and or law enforcement reasons for concern about their mental and emotional stability. While that sounds good, so this is a part-time gig for me, right? And in my real job, I'm an attorney, and that is, you get those types of orders by doing what's called an ex parte communication with the judge. So if you want a restraining order, or in this case, you want a restraining order that will red flag an individual, you just go into the court, say anything you want. The accused party isn't there. You can say anything you want, lie or otherwise. The judge, the standard is, if this is true, do I need to take action? And the judge then takes away that person's Second Amendment rights without that person being present. And so I guess, so again, and the question is whether you agree or disagree with any of these things. The real question is, will doing those things make us more or less safe? And my question is, I don't know. I would be all for things that I know would make us safe, but we're so busy, I think, passing resolutions and making statements on this issue on both sides without anybody just looking to see what actually do the events have in common. And so I'm not going to vote for it, but I assume it's going to pass. And on September 10th, I will be making a motion that we actually change it from those bullet points, to actually encouraging people to collect the data, do the research, and come up with solutions that we could actually all get behind. Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I'm not going to try to go tit for tat. I think I could, but I'm not, because I appreciate the perspective. And I will say this. On the question of research, I would line up behind that initiative. The part of the problem is, the biggest reason we haven't seen the research on this topic that we would like to have seen is the same reason we've seen zero research on marijuana and its effects in this country. Because the United States Congress has forbade that research for decades. Mm-hmm. We can't answer questions about marijuana use with much science because our policymakers have kept us from doing the research, right, and answering questions from a scientific perspective. The same is true here. So in getting behind a research initiative, what I hear would be my worst fear, because this issue brings forth all of our worst fears and best hopes, is that it becomes a research initiative, and we're going to wait a decade or two to take any actions. So what I have done, this is not proposed as a proclamation, it's proposed as a resolution. We heard a member of the public not too long ago comment on the fact that proclamations are not supposed to be controversial. This one may be. And I don't mean it as a proclamation, I mean it as a resolution, obviously. I guess I lost the last point I was going to make. Got lost in the fog. But we're not creating law. Oh, but here's what the point I was going to make. Several of your references to what we do in Colorado, I asterisk those things that are part of Colorado law now. My intent is not to communicate a message to the governor or state legislators that we don't know what they've done. But people coming across the state line from somewhere else aren't subject to those laws, just like what happened in Texas and in Ohio. So part of this message is what we need to do as a nation, in addition to what we've done as a state.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I think I've heard you ask this question before in this very context. Are we debating the resolution now, or are we just debating whether to put it on a subsequent agenda?
We are-
I thought it was the form.
It
was
is.
the
We are
latter.
only talking about putting it on a subsequent agenda.
Okay. Then I don't think we need to discuss the content of it that much. We've got a long night.
Thank you. Councilmember Finley?
Well, it used to be that city councils would not take up federal and state policy resolutions because they were federal and state policies. And I think it's fine to have a community conversation about these policies, but to take up council time when we'll be doing our budget, especially, which is an actual function of the city, something we can do something about, to me is actually a waste of time, and it just seems like political pandering, so I will not be voting for this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think it is, well, of course, we can't set federal and state policy or even county policy, but we can be supportive of the people who do, who are regularly being attacked and cast out of public office by people who feel differently. Longmont has, like any other town, has problems with gun violence. I would say mostly suicide rather than any of the other things. The issue of weapons and violence is not just a simple matter of mass shootings, which is a very small percentage of the gun violence, thankfully. But it is important. All of these things are important. It's a complex issue. And as Councilman Waters said, we are forbidden to actually even study these things. You could say, well, if you look at the profile of mass shooters, they tend to be young, male, and white. That does not mean, though, that you can make that a profile of everyone who causes danger. Most gun owners are very responsible. They understand guns, and they are actually in favor of sensible gun regulations. They understand how to take care of their weapons, and they don't abuse them. The profile of a very small amount of people who cause a huge amount of violence and fear in this country is not something you can apply to every person who commits an act of violence with a gun, including people who commit suicide by gun. So it isn't that simple that we can just pawn it off on somebody else to do some more research and write another white paper and do, this is actually in support of county and state and federal people who are actually trying to do something. And I think it is high time that we took a stand on this issue.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Finley and myself against. Dr. Waters?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I move we direct staff to place the resolution on affordable, high-quality health care for all Longmont residents on the September 24th agenda.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Why don't we go ahead and take a few moments just to read the resolution? And once you put down if you're not touching the green paper, then I'm going to assume you've already read it. So put it down once you've read it. And Dr. Waters, while they're reading, have you given copies to staff or the press or anything like that?
One of the reasons I didn't send it out ahead of time, and probably should have, and that was good advice from Councilmember Finley, is that I didn't want a bunch of eyes on this before you had eyes on this. Okay. So Harold has a copy. I handed this to Michelle last week, and said, would you please make copies, make certain Harold has a copy, Eugene has a copy, and that there are copies prepared for council members.
Because I'm sure people want a copy. That's why I asked.
Well, I'm sure they will too. I just, as I said, my concern, once you start sending stuff on email,
Yep,
it
I
goes
get it.
around the world pretty quickly, and I would rather have had this group not have comment or pressure or whatever from anybody outside this group.
Oh, we'll get it now.
Before tonight.
Okay. All right. All right. I think everybody's done. Nobody's in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem?
I would support this as well. I think it's a very important issue. Once again, I think this is an issue, resolutions have the potential to educate people, and the opportunity for the public to weigh in and the opportunity for us to have a discussion. I think this is very important. Healthcare and medical bills are the leading cause of bankruptcy in the United States. They are also one of the leading causes of homelessness. And it's very sad that during the Depression, Franklin Delano Roosevelt put forth what was supposed to be, Social Security was supposed to give us security in our old age and in our middle age and in our youth. And it has been slowly whittled away to not function very well. But we need to honor that, because that's, we're 37th in the world in terms of how our health care system actually functions, and yet we're number one in how much we spend on it. So we do need to talk about it, and we need to have an understanding of what kind of resources there are for people who are in need of it, and help people understand that. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Once again, healthcare is not a municipal issue. It's not one of our core functions. I think that perhaps you should all run for Congress, where you can really make a difference.
Dr. Waters?
Well, I am going to, with respect to Councilmember Finley, I am going to challenge the statement. I probably weakly tried to suggest in the first part of this resolution that while members of Congress dither and the White House dithers, the pain and suffering that is experienced is in this town. And there's a huge consequence for this city in terms of what we pay for health care and what we pay for those who don't have access to health care. So one of our homeless residents or someone who just simply can't afford health care has a medical emergency. Our taxpayers are subsidizing that cost. Our taxpayers are subsidizing the cost for people who are gainfully employed with insufficient health care plans. So to suggest that it's not a municipal issue, we can't solve it here. We just suffer from it here. And it's time that somebody with the authority and the courage to solve this problem, or to introduce solutions that we keep trying to piece together solutions for it here at local taxpayer expense. In my view, it is time to call on them to do their job, because we've been doing our job here.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I would like to challenge that as well. I know that the state makes laws that the city is not supposed to be involved in, but the state is made up of cities. We send our legislators, our senators, and our congressmen there to represent us. If we don't make statements as a collective elected body to tell them how we want to be represented, then we won't move the dime or the needle on anything, because they're constantly wanting to know, or maybe they don't want to know, but if you make a statement, a resolution, and the other cities see what you're doing, then that can empower people to send the message to Congress. We want you to act upon this. So I will support this resolution.
Councilmember Martin?
I have to agree with that. We pay for membership in the Colorado Municipal League and other organizations that lobby at the state and federal level on our behalf. Last legislative session, we passed a number of resolutions backing or opposing certain bills that were under consideration by the legislature. And I know that our representatives believe that those resolutions have a very strong effect, at least in the state legislature. So I think this is something that we should do. I was participating in an outside brainstorming session, essentially, about the costs of the lack of health care to people. If a homeless person has a life-threatening event, whether it's a heart attack or a gunshot, that homeless person goes from costing the city $40,000 a year to keep him alive as a healthy homeless person on the street to about $100,000 to keep that same person alive. So I think that these resolutions are not only both important, but they're tied together, and I think we should definitely send this message to our representatives at every level.
All right, nobody's left in the queue. I'm going to actually vote for this one because, first of all, there's a lot of whereases that I kind of and kind of not agree with, but I'm just looking again at what we're asking, you know, are we making a difference? And I would argue here that we are, because we're actually asking our state and executive leader here in the in the state of Colorado to actively support the creation of an independently generated model or models for funding affordable, high-quality health care such that the public may compare it to the current mix of healthcare financing programs. We're saying we want some options and to fix it. Okay, I think that's great. So let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with the illustrious and beautiful Councilman Bonnie Finley against. All right, let's go ahead and continue with tonight's festivities. Let's go ahead and move on to any special reports or presentations.
Mayor, I do have one from Bob Allen real quick regarding an operational issue that we're
great.
dealing with.
All right, I'll be quick. Bob Allen, Director of Operations, Public Works and Natural Resources. I wanted to just inform you on some fluoride supply issues we're having at our water plant. And the purpose for this is that there's no regulatory requirement to fluoridate our water supply. That is actually done under council approval and direction. So we wanted you to know that there are some changes after many years of having continuous supply. Quick trivia question. Does anyone here know when we started fluoridating water in Longmont?
Councilmember Finley?
1958.
1958. So for a long time. So the purpose for fluoridating our supply is the date up here. It reduces tooth decay by about 40% of the population. It's been approved for a very long time by these organizations that you see here on the slide, and many others. CDPHE in Colorado also supports it. Recently, there have been recommendations and changes in how much we feed. We've gone from this 0.7 to 1.2 range to a 0.7 fixed point based on Center for Disease Control recommendations. So when you take in our natural levels of 0.2, we're only adding about a 0.5 milligram per liter of fluoride additional to the natural levels. This is just data on who in the U.S. or the population that receives it. About 67% of the U.S. population, 74% of the population that drinks from a community water system. So what's happened is that our last remaining domestic source for sodium silica fluoride has shut down in the U.S. So we don't have a domestic supply any longer, and we have to ship it from overseas. Currently, the only supply that we found to be reliable is a supply that comes from Belgium, and it's a very limited supply. So this has decreased worldwide. This is definitely a changing market out there. Chemicals are, fluoride chemicals are approved and certified for potable water, but not all of them are the same, and some of them don't work in our feeders and have other physical, not chemical contaminants that aren't a health issue, but they just make it difficult for us to feed. So what this means is that we have no supply currently of fluoride, and that's the first time, I think, since '58 that that's been the case. So we're not feeding, we're not fluoridating at this time, and we haven't for a few weeks. We do expect some shipments, but we do also expect interruptions in this supply chain over time, and we're not exactly sure what we're going to ultimately see. This is what other communities are experiencing, at least as of a few weeks ago. So also waiting for delivery. We've been in communication with Denver Water. They've been testing some of the different products that are out there on the market, trying to see what they think is the best market or the best product, and obviously trying to find the best supply so that they can continue their fluoridation practices. But it's definitely a national and regional issue. Our approach, we're only going to use a high quality product, one that we can feed and that we feel safe in feeding in our potable water community supply. We will discontinue fluoridation when we don't have a product. We'll certainly continue looking for other technology solutions, but at this time there aren't a lot of other solutions other than we could go to a product that would require quite an expense to install the equipment and a fair hazard to our workers to have the equipment. It's a aqueous or a liquid acid that's really a fairly hazardous, difficult product to work with. And at this point, we don't think that's in the best interest of our workers or the community to go that direction. So just wanted you to know that. We certainly can have other discussions about the practice of fluoridation. Once again, it's not required by any other entity. It's really something we would do at your direction, or if we ever change the practice, it would be at your direction. So wanted you to know that, and that's all I had.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you. I just have one quick question. Where does SSF come from?
It is mined from areas that fluoride is, a abundant product. It's usually mined along with other products, so for other purposes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. In the U.S., it was mostly in the southeast U.S. If that's what your question was. Yeah.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you. I think that you're handling the situation appropriately, but I think that segments of the public would like to know. Have you considered the idea of putting a status indicator on the website on the Waterworks website, so that people can look and say we are currently fluoridating or we are currently not?
That's a really good idea. I think we could do that.
I'd appreciate it. Mayor, do you think we should have a motion on direction, or should we just trust Bob?
I think we should just trust Bob.
Okay.
You think it's a good idea?
I have been drinking fluoridated water my entire life, so I think that I am trustworthy on
And
this
what
matter.
beautiful teeth you have, Bob. Look at that smile. Channel 8, zoom in. No, just kidding. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, I remember having this discussion when I first got on council about whether we fluoridated our water. There are many people out there in the world who think fluoridated water is a terrible thing. I don't know. I haven't done any research on that. I do know, though, that Colorado does have quite a bit of naturally occurring fluoride, as you said in here, Colorado Springs and Westminster. I had a friend who grew up in Cripple Creek and got way too much fluoride, and it rotted his teeth. So there's a balance, of course. But do we have no resources that are where we can get fluoride from Colorado?
None that we know of.
No?
Yeah, none
Okay.
that we know of.
That would be ideal if we could, maybe we could dig around and find some sources in
Be nice.
Longmont and make a buck. Okay. Well, I do think Councilman Martin's suggestion is a good idea. I do, however, think that it might lead to all the people who don't like fluoride and think they're being poisoned by it in the first place to start writing in and making an issue out of it, but oh well, you know. Just one more thing. Thanks for this information. It's, I think there is ample evidence that it has led to a huge decrease in cavities for kids. And I do think it's worth it. And if you look at the proportions, it's really a very tiny amount that people are getting. So thank you for this presentation.
We certainly believe it's safe and effective, but conditions have changed since 1958. Fluoride is in a lot more dental products than it was back then, so some of the drivers have changed over time, but I absolutely believe it's a safe product.
Well, my boys are now going to use you as an excuse when they have cavities. Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I just, when asked, it would be helpful to understand how we got here. Is this a collapse on the supply side or on the demand side?
It's the supply side, yeah.
So there, I would assume then that there's not sufficient demand. The costs of production have to have increased so that it's not affordable in the market. I mean, because it can't be less demand in the world, is there?
There's not. The demand has stayed, I mean, obviously the demand has been solid and out there for many, many years. The producers, it's co-mined with other products, and those other products probably have greater value. And when they dry up, there's probably not an incentive to continue mining the fluoride. But I can tell you, I do not know the economics of that market. So it would be, I'm not the right one to answer those questions. But we believe it's a supply issue.
So that the cost of delivery is going to exceed whatever the market would bear. Is that fair?
Yeah, and there are a lot of other issues there. It's also more expensive to deliver it, to truck it. Some of the hazardous waste rules and laws have changed so that smaller amounts can be shipped. So there are, you know, like so many things, there are a number of factors that are pushing on the supply side. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
You're
Anything
welcome.
else?
Just so you know, we wanted to make you aware because we are changing a process that is directly related to water, and we didn't want you all to be caught by surprise on this, so that's why we brought this forward.
Great. We appreciate your work, Bob. All right. Thanks. Let's go on to first call public invited to be heard. You've got 3 minutes when you come to the dais. After that, no matter how much we love or hate what you're saying, we will have to cut you off. So let's go ahead and start. If you could say your name and address when you come up, we'll start with Ann Huggins. Hold on 1 second. All right.
Hello, evening council and the public. Ann Huggins, I am a Colorado resident since 1980. I have degrees from CU and CSU in environmental studies, sustainability, and planning. Give you a little bit of this background because I have done a lot of research and studying about wildlife since 1980, as well as being employed in the field. I want to encourage you, please, to be visionaries and plan ahead for your city residents, your smallest residents, for years to come and protect wildlife. Governor Polis just voted to support and create wildlife corridors so they have a place to live and not end up in our backyards and highways. In planning, we need to use wise development strategies. Wildlife live anywhere they can on small lots, trying to coexist. They are perpetually pushed out into smaller areas, not necessarily exploding, just being shoved into smaller and smaller areas. We need to help them and move them. Please prohibit the use of cruel fumitoxin and poisoning wildlife. Wildlife rescue agencies agree. Fort Collins has very successful development that enabled prairie dogs to live on part of the property, and it's very popular. Lafayette was just designated the first national bird city, whose raptors rely on prairie dog colonies there. Lethal fumitoxins kill pets, as well as other unintended species. There are 140 that rely on prairie dogs as a keystone species. They literally are the canaries in our coal mine. Please use vision and best practices to limit and find the use of fumitoxin and protect the last of Longmont's wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dan Humecki.
evening. My name is Dan Hummocky. I live at 2132 Calais Drive, and I want to thank you, Mr. Bagley and council. I'm here to talk about the prairie dogs also, but I have a different point of view of prairie dogs. I don't think that they're a pest or anything. In fact, I'm quite in favor of them, but we do have an issue where we have absentee owners from around the country that are around the state that buy property on speculation, and then they don't do anything with the property. They don't protect it. They don't take care of it. They don't do anything with it. And what we've had, when we moved into our homes, we had, it was free of prairie dogs at the time, and then they have come back. It only takes 2 to come back. But there's been nothing done since then. And I'm not talking about protecting all animals, but I'm talking about the prairie dogs because they particularly, they're they're a communal type animal where they just spread. They don't run through your property like a fox would do or something like that. They're there. Once they're there, they establish and they start spreading out. We have an issue now where it's up into our homes. It's going down the canals. It's going to be on the golf course property pretty soon. And we're expected to have to pay for that for other people not taking care of their properties. And I would really appreciate, I really want to say thank you for the amendments that you've made on this thing, but I would really appreciate if they'd take a look at the people that own the properties and see if they can't do something about taking care of that first. And they have been offered, I know for a fact that they've been offered to have these things moved at a reasonable price, and they've refused to even communicate with other people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chris Shepard.
Thank you, Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Chris Shepard. My first name is actually Donald, but I go by Chris. I am the treasurer of our homeowners association, the Pinnacle Condominiums Incorporated, and I live at 2132 Calais Drive, Unit A as an alpha. My friend that just spoke, he is in a home that's right beside mine, so we have talked about these issues. I want to thank you for coming up with the revisions to the ordinance. I've looked at that. It has some very, very good positive things, and I think we're going on in the right direction. However, there are a few things I'd like to suggest. Again, I don't think the draft addresses the heart of the issue, and that is that prairie dogs can be a nuisance, particularly when they are originating from another property and they migrate over to our properties. Homeowners must be able to engage on self-help methods to resolve these issues. Problems such as prairie dogs getting into our window wells or burrowing very close to businesses and not being able to control that, we should be able to, in fact, do that. The draft of the ordinance changes a couple of things. It does not really identify what humane methods are. Now, I've heard what those are, but I think the ordinance should, in fact, make some statement about that. There's also the question about what collaboration means. So I would certainly recommend that you consider those things. Now, one other point I'd like to make has to do with fencing. Your city council communication, which was attached to tonight's discussion, talks about fencing. It says that the city council communication document makes note that, quote, it appears that the city council does have the authority to require fencing of prairie dogs to prevent damage to other property. And it goes on to say that the staff believes that the proposed changes to the existing regulations will fix some of the problems that are currently preventing landowners from managing their prairie dogs, which is causing them then to migrate to other properties such as ours. Now, your council communication does identify 3 options that they have recommended, 2 of which would require property owners with prairie dogs on them to fence them in. The third does not really suggest that. The questions I have are, what do you mean by fencing? black plastic does not really affect that. In fact, the theory is that prairie dogs won't go to an area that they can't see. Okay, so if you have a reasonably good fence, I can understand that. But in our case, we already have prairie dogs that have dug holes, burrowed down, and now we're into our property. So if you put a fence in that area, it would not stop.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank you
coming.
for listening to me.
We appreciate that. Margaret Halsey? And when I cleared my throat, it wasn't to hurry. I ate chocolate and needed to clear my throat. Actually, I do. You want it? Anybody? No?
How's this?
Get,
Can you hear me?
Lift it up a little bit and really lean in.
How's this?
Better.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Bagley. I have a petition requesting you, City Council, to initiate a zoning change on the property across from the Faith Point Church on 15th Avenue. The property that the church is selling, we are asking that the property be rezoned as residential single family to allow for a development that agrees with the existing neighborhood character. For many who signed, the zoning change is a compromise that still allows development. If we had it all our way, the city would purchase the property and make it the park that we do not have. In our neighborhood, there is no park, no place where children can run and play safely, no place where people can walk and enjoy other people or just be. This is a compromise. We would rather have a park than a development. I asked 81 people if they would like to sign, and 74 signed. Once people knew about the petition, they started asking me if they could sign. And as a matter of fact, 2 more signed tonight. They came here especially to sign this petition. So a neighbor and I met with a Faith Point representative and asked if the church would support the zoning change. But they are selling the property and not really stakeholders in the neighborhood or the city. Now I voice only my thoughts. I am deeply disappointed with Ordinance 17 passed this year in March to amend the municipal code on affordable housing incentives. The ordinance removes the requirement to disperse affordable housing within market rate housing and allows clustered and segregated affordable housing. I want affordable housing if it is dispersed. I am against clustered and segregated affordable housing. Ordinance O 2019-17 makes me ask, who is important to you? The people of Longmont or developers and contractors? Please show us that people, the residents, are your priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Halsey. Kenneth Powell?
Hello, Council. I'm Ken Powell. I live on the 1400 block of Pratt Street. I'm a proud Second Amendment supporter. Thank you for your comments, Mayor Bagley. I'm here just to voice my opinion on the change of the zoning for the 5 properties adjacent to Faith Baptist property on 15th and their property across on the other side of their actual church where their football field used to be. The properties adjacent to it were all rezoned during the last year. They were rezoned. I'd like to get them back to what they were. That's the community. That's the neighborhood that I moved into. It was a single-family neighborhood. That's what I was hoping to be in. Again, I support Margaret. I did sign her petition. The new development zoning is not good land use planning. It's not congruent with the neighborhood. And on top of that, it changed when that zoning changed. It went from a 1,000 foot radius notice of the property to a 300 foot. 300 foot is nothing. 300 foot is tiny. It should be a 1,000 foot notice. If we really want community engagement, you can't just include this many people, around a property. You got to encompass the neighborhood, and that's what we're doing this for. So I would encourage you guys to look at the zoning again, and you do have the power to change that. You guys voted on it. I know that you may not have the power directly. You have to appoint somebody, but you guys are our elected officials. We entrust that you guys will make the right decision and represent us. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, Kelly King.
See if I can get this right. Good evening, council. Can you hear me? I'm Callie King, and I live at 1434 Pratt Street. I did sign the petition as well, and I agree with everything that my neighbors have just said. I'm also here to speak about the zoning change and the recent high-density development proposal at the Old Faith Baptist football field and the lots adjacent to it. This change is not good land use planning and does not fit our neighborhood. This is not the spirit of Envision Longmont. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Mr. Strider Benston. That's all right. We'll wait for you. The timer ain't on.
Yeah. Strider Benston, 951 17th Avenue. I didn't know it was coming up. I 100% agree that massive housing would completely destroy the neighborhood, especially if they throw a street in there, would destroy everything. So I totally adhere. Came to talk about some things, right? Johnson & Johnson was fined $500 million today for killing 500,000 people. Comes out to about $1,000 per person. Is that what we want? The gun lobby has only supported killing 40,000 people in the last year, but the same thing about the corruption in who controls the government. The NRA pays no price for that set of killing 40,000 people. But there's some equal opportunity corruption. The CIA of previous regimes, W. Bush and Obama before Trump, worked to overthrow the government of Lula da Silva and throw him in prison, even though he would have been elected president. Now they got their buddy, the hardcore fascist Bolsonaro, and now he's burning down the Amazon. So you can make a lot more profits off of destroying the land, the people, the forests, the oxygen, and the planet. So that's the game. Equal opportunity corruption. Just today, Chuck Schumer of the Democratic Senatorial Committee decided they'll put all the money into Hickenlooper and make him be our senator. No, we have real candidates running. Jim Hightower said if God wanted us to have election, he would have given us candidates. We have candidates. Why does national money come in and destroy Colorado's possibility of having a democratic election? So all of this stuff is going on, but I really came to talk about humanities. On the radio yesterday or day before, they were talking all about how, St. Vrain and community college and everything they're so great because all of this STEM. Well, what happened to poetry and history and religion and humanities and social studies and all this? That's being exterminated. Get into the competitive game, who can make the most money, who can beat each other down, and we got to get humanities and truth and history back into the schools.
Thanks, Strider.
Thank you.
All right, Susan Salmers.
Susan Summers, 1418 Galilee Lane, Longmont. First off, I want to let you guys know, if you don't already, I'm just now finishing up the first ever relocation of prairie dogs out of Longmont. I think that's a huge coup. I do. And I want to thank all of you guys for all of your hard work and the staff. I know this has been a bumpy road for the last couple of years, but this amendment worked, or this ordinance has worked, and we actually got some prairie dogs out. I would also like to invite every one of you, and I hope some of you take me up on this offer. I'll take you to the relocation site and let you see firsthand what we've accomplished, where these dogs are now living. It's a gorgeous place. I wish I could live there myself, but I can't. So I wanted to let you know that. In reading some of the changes, I was very concerned, as you know, about this 3-acre change to the ordinance. Not because I'm totally supportive of these people that live over there by the Goddard School. I understand their dilemma. As you know, I've spoken to that developer already. I have offered free services to him. He doesn't take me up on it. I would also offer next year I could try to relocate his prairie dogs to the same spot if it's open. However, fixing that problem doesn't merit, we don't need to change the ordinance to 3 acres to fix that problem, because this relocation that I'm working on right now is 3.5 acres, and there are 150 prairie dogs on there. So if you change this ordinance to make a minor permit 3 acres or 2.99 acres, you're potentially allowing for the extermination of up to 200 animals. So I think this needs to be addressed in other ways. I think it can be addressed with 1 acre. The Goddard School itself only sits on 1.17 acres. So I know there's no way there are 3 acres worth of prairie dogs bothering that school. And the same would apply, I'm pretty sure, with the residents in that area. So I think 1 acre, would qualify for a minor permit and still allow us to move potentially sizable colonies off of 2.5, 2.97 acres. So I would hope that you would make that change. The second thing that I don't think any of us noticed, but I noticed it a while ago, but I couldn't do anything about it, there's no incentive under a minor permit for a developer to use carbon monoxide instead of fumitoxin. It's only in the major permit, as I understand it. So we've already had 2 exterminations occur using fumitoxin under a minor permit. And again, if you expand that to 3 acres, you're talking about 3 acres that are going to be killed with fumitoxin. So I think that's a problem. And then at last, and if you guys, just decide to do this 3-acre thing, I guess I would like to try to call in our promise that was made to us by a staff member that this would be addressed later in the year.
All right, thank you, Ms. Summers. All right, Anna Rivas.
Hi, I'm Anna Rivas, 4501 Nelson Road, Unit 2306 here in Longmont. And as Susan was saying, she's in the process of finishing up this first ever relocation of prairie dogs in Longmont. I'm very happy about that one. And as she also stated, it's only about 3.5 acres, but there were approximately 150 prairie dogs on it. So if this change were made, setting the limit at 3 acres, even this very substantial and thriving colony would barely have made the cut. And so I'm not understanding why that 3-acre change was proposed. It seems like a very underhanded kind of way of deliberately reducing the number of colonies that would be eligible for relocation. There are very few undeveloped parcels that are greater than 3 acres that remain. So this would pretty much make most of the remaining, or a lot of the remaining parcels ineligible for relocation, which doesn't make sense to me. With this one parcel, we've seen what can happen, how many prairie dogs can be relocated if we keep, even if at a very low acreage. So I guess for me, moving the dividing line up to 3 acres, it's also a very significant change that would have a significant impact, and that change is in direct opposition to what we were told earlier this year at a wildlife management planning meeting, At that meeting, we were told that changes would be postponed until the end of the year when more public discussion could take place. So slipping in this significant change is just seems very underhanded. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Simon. Jamie's here? Okay. Rebecca Hall.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Hall. I'm from the Goddard School, 1095 Olympia Avenue here in Longmont. And I'm talking about the prairie dogs as well. The heart of the issue, we truly believe, as others have spoken, it's not being handled in our current situation with the prairie dogs, the numbers that we already have. I have them coming into the playground still. I have them all over our property on both sides. I also have a situation where I'm trying to figure out, we did all turf on our playgrounds, $70,000. Now I'm having problems with 6 or 7 trees. They're splitting right down the center, and they're telling me these tree people that I had come out this week, and they're coming out again next week, that they're dying because something is eating the roots. And the only thing they can see is that there's holes all around them. And so the thing that we are investigating more next week is that now I have 5 or 6 trees that I potentially have to put money in, away from our children, away from our education that we would have typically given to our children. And so this is the problem that we're facing, is our current situation. We don't want to hurt or harm the prairie dogs, but we've got to figure out a solution that property owner contains them or does something with our current situation. And yes, I understand about the 3-acre situation. I am over an acre. So the smaller property owners, the homeowners, have put up the sign. They've removed them once, but they just keep coming back. They're still on their property. I went and saw the holes yesterday on the homeowner's land as well. My whole hillside is gone. I know that we're all understanding the situation, but at the same time, what are we going to do now? Because it's an everyday time and money issue for us. And that's our problem that we're facing. And all these issues about plague coming up. People at the Dick's Sporting Good Park canceled an event because they were worried about these prairie dogs or the fleas that are on prairie dogs or whatever that is. I'm not an expert either. I don't claim to be, but I've learned way more than I ever wanted to about prairie dogs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Jeremy Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I definitely want to empathize with Ms. Hall and the Goddard School. I think we've made it pretty clear that we want to support them. I think in regards to the plague, I think there definitely should be some education put out, which we would be more than happy to do. Thousands of relocators who work directly with prairie dogs, and I think that Anna and Susan can attest that they have yet to catch the plague. So it's something where there's a lot of miseducation going around with that. But this 3-acre thing is a big thing. I agree with Anna wholeheartedly. How this got slipped in really jades people. This is why people don't want to deal with public process, because of things like this getting snuck in when we're promised a public process and discussion. 1 acre even meets the criteria that Council Member Martin would like to see, where 60 prairie dogs approximately on 1 acre would meet that threshold. 3 acres is going to destroy this ordinance. It's going to push us back to these things we were talking about a couple of years ago. So I just implore you guys to think about keeping it at 1 acre, and of course also incentivize the fact that carbon monoxide should be used over fumitoxin. I think we can all agree fumitoxin kills children, it kills all species. It's just not a good thing to be having in our communities one way or the other. So that's pretty much it. I think we're getting closer. Thank you guys all for your patience and your time and your persistence in all this. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. All right, Scott Stewart.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street. I'd like to speak about the idea of extending the city's lease term to 30 years. The idea seems simple enough, but there are flaws that work against the city. The long-term leases that are signed with inflationary adjustments do not consider market rates over that same time frame. Look back at the leases that were signed 20 years ago, the ones that you're renewing, and look at what a deal that they had. At the time of the renewal is the only opportunity to adjust the terms, and this shouldn't be something that is put off for another 10 years. I'd like to provide an example. Many of the city's leases are at the airport. Hangar H51 at the airport just received council approval for a new lease after they ran through their 20 years. The old lease ended with them paying 20 cents a square foot even with the adjustments over 20 years. The current lease rate was adjusted to 35 cents a square foot. So they came up about 15 cents a square foot on their term. It has taken 20 years for this one leaseholder to catch up to the current lease rate. Please note the current lease rate of 35 cents a square foot at the airport is a land to construct improvement upon rate. Can the council direct the Airport Advisory Board to update their schedule of rates and charges to include a lease renewal rate that reflects current market rates that could allow the airport to generate the funds they need to operate independently of the FAA? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, John Hack or John Hack? Or maybe it's ILAC. You can correct me. Hawk. Wait, it's pronounced Chuck? Hawk. Hawk, but your name? Oh, it's Czech. Got it. John Hawk.
Yep. Good evening, council members. I also want to talk about 15th Avenue, but before I get into that, I'd just like to thank Dr. Waters for his proposals. I think it takes a lot of fortitude to put that forward rather than to put it off on somebody else. Again, I'm here to talk about what's going on 15th Avenue. My bigger concerns are that plot of land and everything that happened coming up to that plot of land being sold to a developer. It seems awfully convenient that during that whole process, as land is coming up for sale, the church is reorganizing from Faith Baptist to Faith Point. I think there are maybe some misconceptions on the neighbor's part on why that might have happened. But with that sale were the changes in both high-density housing allotments and also the conversion of 15th Avenue from Main Street, basically to Gay, to from a feeder street to a thoroughfare. A thoroughfare goes from one point to another. What is it connecting? Why was that change made? There's a lot of convenient things happening here to make that a desirable property for a large development. Up until now, we've had multiple concerns with 15th Street, especially with traffic on 15th Street. It's used as a raceway for people to get around what's going on Mountain View and 17th. It's a fast way through, and they are driving very fast. I have clocked people, which is like a baseball meter, doing 70 miles an hour repeatedly. I have brought my concerns. We've emailed multiple times the transportation department. We kind of threw up our hands the last time when we were talking with them, and we were told that, what are they going to do? They can't impinge on the rights of the motorists to pass through. They're speeding. What right do they have? We would like to see our neighborhood as a safe and walkable neighborhood. Sticking 88 apartments with access to 15th is not going to alleviate any of our concerns in that aspect. It's just going to compound what's going on that street. How did this happen? That's our question.
All right, thank you. All right, that concludes our public invited to be heard. Let's go ahead. It's been an hour and a half. Let's take a 5-minute break. All right, that was a good lengthy 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and launch back in. Let's go on with the consent agenda and introduction and reading by title, the first reading of ordinances. But before we start, we talked before about pulling some things. I would question that, because if we pull the resolutions regarding the 3 ballot measures, meaning E, F, and G, and if we then go on to ordinances on second reading and pass that, and then go on to items removed from the consent agenda, we will not be able to make comment. So if we pull those, we're not allowed to take a position once they've been placed on the ballot. So once we pass 9 C, D, and E, we can never, right?
Mayor, Eugene May, City Attorney, there is a provision in the State Fair Campaign Practices Act that the governing body can take a position.
Cannot.
Can
take a
Yes.
position. Okay, cool. All right then, let's go ahead and do it.
Mayor, item 8A is ordinance 2019-49, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2019. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for September 10th, 2019. 8B is ordinance 2019-50, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 14, Chapter 14.08, Section 312 of the Longmont Municipal Code regarding limitations on non-conventional pollutants. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for September 10th, 2019. 8C is ordinance 2019-51, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 7 of the Longmont Municipal Code on prairie dog control. Public hearing and second reading scheduled for September 10th, 2019. 8D is resolution 2019-80, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the cities of Boulder and Longmont, granting Longmont funds to implement and manage a housing rehabilitation program for the city of Boulder. 8E is resolution 2019-81, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue extending the streets and transportation sales and use tax indefinitely on the November 5th, 2019 coordinated election ballot. 8F is resolution 2019-82, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue approving the sales tax increase and bonding authority to construct and operate a competitive pool and ice rink on the November 5, 2019 coordinated election ballot. 8G is resolution 2019-83, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue approving a change to the city's charter to allow for 30-year leases of city property on the November 5, 2019 coordinated election ballot. 8H is the City of Longmont 2019 private activity bond allocation and assignment resolutions for Thistle Community Housing and the Longmont Housing Authority. Resolution 2019-84, a resolution of the City of Longmont, Colorado, authorizing the assignment of the city's private activity bond allocation for 2019 to the Housing Authority of the City of Longmont, Colorado, providing other details in connection therewith and providing an effective date. Resolution 2019-85, a resolution of the City of Longmont, Colorado, authorizing the assignment of $4,500,000 of the city's private activity bond allocation for 2019 to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, providing other details in connection therewith and providing an effective date. 8I is a proposal for meeting inclusionary housing requirements via a resolution approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the Prairie Village Filing 7 inclusionary housing requirements and resolution approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the Prairie Village Filing 8 inclusionary housing requirements. Resolution 2019-86 is a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the Prairie Village Filing 7 development in satisfaction of the city's inclusionary housing requirements. Resolution 2019-87, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the Prairie Village Filing 8 development in satisfaction of the city's inclusionary housing requirements. 8J is appoint Todd Wilderman to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. 8K is authorize the mayor to designate the Longmont Economic Development Partnership as the recipient of the 2019 Platte River Power Authority Economic Development Funds. Mayor's staff has asked to pull items 8E, F, G, and H.
You said?
E, F, G, and H.
All right. E, F, G, and H have been pulled. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I asked to pull item 8D.
Okay. Dr. Waters?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I can't have much left. I'm going to pull items 8C and 8K.
Mayor Pro Tem. I and J. All right, Mayor Pro Tem has pulled I and J. And then I'll go ahead and pull A and B. I'm just kidding. I'm not pulling A and B. Just wanted to be popular. Okay, Council Member Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I move the consent agenda minus D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K.
And C. And C. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve 8A and 8B on the consent agenda. All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to ordinances on second reading. 9A, ordinance 2019-43, a bill for an ordinance designating H.S. Webb House located at 329 Fifth Avenue as a local historic landmark. Do we have a motion? All right, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I move approval of ordinance 2019-43.
We will. Actually, we do. We need a public hearing. All right, this time, do we have any questions or comments from council? All right, seeing none, we'd like to open it for public hearing. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I move approval of ordinance 2019-43.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Seeing as no one else has any other comments, let's vote. And that passes unanimously. 9B, ordinance 2019-44, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the vacation of a 30-foot wide access and utility easement in the Prairie Village subdivision generally located south of Highway 66, north of Olympia Avenue, west of Alpine Street, and east of Canadian Crossing Drive. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open it for the public hearing. Anyone? All right, seeing that no one wants to speak, we will close the public hearing. Do we have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
I would move ordinance 2019-44.
All right, I'll second that. It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by myself. Seeing that no one else would like to say anything, let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Ordinance 9C, ordinance 2019-45, a bill for an ordinance amending Title IV, Chapter 4.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code for extending the existing 3/4 cent street system maintenance and improvement sales and use taxes and referring said extension to a vote of the qualified electors. Are there any discussion or comments from council at this time? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I did not vote for this before, and I will not vote for it now.
Okay. Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I am going to vote for this, and the reason is this. We have talked about public-private partnerships. We have talked about public-private partnerships to build in a convention center, a performing arts center, a post-secondary education campus from community college through postdoc opportunities. We've talked about doing public-private partnerships for a host of things that we won't get done without private sector partners, nor will we get done with 20-year limits on our leases, which is what we've heard from the private sector. That if the 20-year limit, and we heard about lease renewals, we can develop leases with scheduled increases. There's no magic to that. But to not support this, for the community not to support this, so limits the opportunities that we want to pursue in the form of public-private partnerships that it would be a foot shot, it seems to me. It doesn't cost us anything. There's no tax associated with this. It simply gives us a latitude for private sector developers or partners to amortize their costs over an additional decade without the risks of councils changing and kind of extend at the end of 20 years. On the front end of an investment that they need 30 years for the amortization of their costs. I don't know why we would not support it, and I'm gonna.
And I believe that you're also making an argument for 9E. But both. Good, strong argument. Good, no problem. It was awesome. I was tearing up over here. All right, Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley.
But it was still awesome.
What?
Take it all back.
It was awesome. I'm not letting you take it back. It was beautiful. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Councilmember Peck?
So thank you, Mayor Bagley. On this ordinance, we are extending this in perpetuity, right? There is no sunset on this tax. Is there going to be language explaining that this tax has no sunset? Okay, thank you. I think that's very important that we're transparent on that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Like Councilman Waters, I was reading the wrong thing. I do support number C, number 45. I was referring to the one below that, D. So we're both confused. Anyway.
All right, great. And Dr. Waters, you're running unopposed. You can make all the mistakes you want. All right. All right, let's go ahead and open it for a public hearing at this time. Anyone would like to speak? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and close the public hearing. Oh, yes, this is Ordinance 9C, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 4, Chapter 4.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code for extending the existing 3/4 cent street system maintenance and improvement sales and use taxes and referring said extension to a vote of the qualified electors rather than what we do now, which is, what, every 10 years? So is it 5 or 10? 10, right? It was 5, then we went to 10, now it will be indefinite. All right, let us vote. Oh, do we have a motion? Dr. Waters?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I will move approval of ordinance 201945.
That was a beautiful recovery. All right, let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to 9D, Ordinance 2019-46, a bill for an ordinance concerning the funding of a competitive pool and ice rink, and in connection therewith, amending Chapter 4.04 of the Longmont Municipal Code for increasing the sales and use tax rate from 3.53% to 3.71%, which is an increase of 1 8/100 cents on each $10 purchase, beginning January 1, 2020, and referring said tax increase and an increase in city debt for such funding to a vote of the qualified electors. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll hit replay now. I won't be supporting this because I don't think, based on the feasibility study and the information that we've gotten, that it is, and the people that it will be serving, that it is fiscally responsible, particularly not when we still are lacking the money we need to finish the flood mitigation, which is something all of us who were on council at the time of the flood were pledged to finish, and I want that finished first.
Councilmember Peck.
I still have a problem with the way the language of this bill is written, in that it doesn't say that the decrease in the tax will go to the approximately $650,000 a year operation and maintenance of this pool. And I don't think that that's transparent to the voters. So I won't be voting for this based upon that language. I do think that the public has a right to vote to tax themselves, but they need to know exactly what they're being taxed for and where the money's going. So I won't be supporting it.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I don't have any trouble with the language. I thought it was transparent why the tax would sunset after the building was completely paid off and was just being maintained. But what I really want to say is that I did a lot of research about what a city of 100,000 people in the United States ought to offer to its public, and this facility is one of those things. So honestly, I see it as a matter of social justice that people growing up here ought to have a facility like this so that they can have access to the experiences of serious swimming, skating, competitive sports of that kind. And I know that Longmont already gives scholarships to youth who cannot afford to buy a membership to the city recreation. I also think that the club sports community in the city of Longmont, who tend to be more affluent, could offer similar scholarship programs, and I challenge them to do so. And when they do that, then we will have a very socially equitable arrangement for our city, and they need this facility to get it done.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. While I do have issue with the proposed project as well as the funding mechanism, I do believe it's appropriate that it be taken to the voters for their consideration above and beyond us as the council on this one. So I will be supporting this particular ordinance.
All right, and I'm just going to say, obviously going to be voting for it. Schools and amenities such as this basically stabilize housing, jobs, wages, and the crime rate. Crime rate being on the low end. And so, and I know that there's a lot of concern about what do we put in it in addition. I think that putting in additional amenities to make it a rec center, or location can be discussed at some point. But I think that this is, as Councilmember Martin said, something that a city of our size should have. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for a public hearing. Yes, Ingrid, I knew that you were going to want to say something. Oh, are you on the list? Hold on a second. Oh, let me see if the list is here. Oh, sorry, you can't say anything. You're not on the list. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Come on up. Yeah. Oh, there she is. Ms. Ingrid Moore. Oh, hold on.
Ingrid Moore, 925 Little Leaf Court, Longmont. Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of the council. I came to speak in opposition to Ordinance 0-2019-46, the aquatics ice hockey ballot issue. This should be a private enterprise. I understand why many people want and Longmont needs an aquatics facility, but I don't understand why the aquatics facility got so inherently attached to an ice rink for the region rather than to a rec center for Longmont. I don't understand why you're proposing that the many pay for something that mostly benefits the few. I don't understand why you're proposing something lobbied for by surrounding communities rather than Longmont residents. In the 2016 Longmont Satisfaction Survey, there was more support for a pool rec center than for a pool ice rink. That survey didn't take place in 2018. More people were opposed to the pool ice rink option. The feasibility study estimates that only 76% of the cost will be recovered. The ice will lose an estimated $636,000 each year and will have to be subsidized for at least the first 4 to 5 years. The tax will not mature for 20 years. And I don't think the public understands this. Quoting the feasibility study, low participation in hockey means an indoor ice rink will need to be considered a regional facility that must draw users from well outside of a single community's boundaries. Think traffic. The Roosevelt Ice Pavilion would have to be shut down. School district does not have a hockey program at this time and has not committed to sharing the cost of the ice rink. The training center in the proposed facility is not the same thing as a rec center. There will be no track. Seniors have only the existing rec center as a place for walking indoors. No gyms for basketball, pickleball, badminton, volleyball, fitness classes, team practices. The current rec center is overcrowded. It will become even more heavily used as new neighborhoods are being built in that vicinity. It will be hard to fill the ice in the off-season. Any other public rink built in the surrounding area would dramatically impact the market for Longmont. I think Frederick was talking about that. This should be a privately owned venture. We need another rec center in Longmont. I ask council to postpone the ballot question until next year and change it to propose an aquatics and rec center. I urge residents listening to go to the city's website and read the feasibility study before voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I love the pool, but I love you. You're awesome. Thank you.
I'm all about the pool.
Oh, no, I get it. You're still one of my favorite people, Ingrid. Gordon Pedro.
Gordon Pedro, 2639 Falcon Drive, and I'm here to speak on this ordinance, and I hope all of you took a economics course in college and you understood the difference between needs and wants. When it comes to the needs of this community, I believe the first finding in this ordinance is way off track. The finding states there is a need in the city for a competitive pool and ice rink to provide Longmont residents with increased access to a range of recreational amenities and opportunities. Since you passed this ordinance on first reading 2 weeks ago, I've spoken to at least 36 residents around town. Overwhelmingly, they agree that this is a want, not a need for our community. It will be a burdensome want for thousands of our residents who struggle daily to keep up with their ever-increasing cost of living. What is needed in the city is an additional recreation center similar to the one at Quail Campus, but with expanded swim amenities that can be utilized by all residents. Most Longmont residents do not need a competitive pool, and few will utilize the ice rink. Officials at the St. Vrain Valley School District would like a competitive pool so that district students do not have to be inconvenienced for training or have to travel to swim meets at existing competitive pools. However, the school district refuses to step up and collaborate with the city to build and maintain a pool or an ice rink. In fact, the district refuses to even make a firm commitment to pay for time its students use the facility for school functions. The district made its position very clear in its May 6, 2019 letter, which states in part, "This letter sets forth the intent of the parties and is not a contract or in any other way legally binding." You should find this hardline position unacceptable since your own feasibility analysis shows a need for a population of more than 275,000 people to meet the facility's cost recovery projections. If all communities within the St. Vrain Valley School District were included, the population threshold would likely be met. By approving this ordinance, you are asking the residents of Longmont, less than 100,000 population, to be on the hook for this facility, which will be used by all of the St. Vrain Valley communities. Council members, I urge you to reject this ordinance tonight. Most Longmont residents do not need a new facility that features a 50-meter, 10-lane competitive swim pool and a single sheet of National Hockey League size ice, nor do I believe a majority of our residents will vote to pay for such a frivolous want. The community does need an additional recreation facility that will be available to all residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pedro. All right. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address this? All right. Seeing that there is no one, we will close the public hearing. All right. City Council, any additional questions, comments, or concerns? Dr. Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. This is going to be a spirited, debate about this issue, no doubt. My first exposure to the feasibility study was as the liaison to the PRAB, and understood this got started 4 years ago with the feasibility study and has been kind of grinding its way through the city process for now 4 years. If it was just me, I might design something different than what's on the ballot. But regardless of that, I'm going to vote to support the moving it forward. But I would like to do that with greater clarity on some of the issues that become flashpoints, some of which we've heard tonight, some of which I've read in the paper. I just want to be clear. I'd asked this question at our last meeting. I guess, Harold, I'm looking at you. And Jeff's not here. He may have the data. Oh, Jeff is here. So maybe Jeff can answer these questions. Because we heard it tonight. I have read the same concern in our local media about the many paying for the use of a few. So it triggers for me questions like, what percentage or what number of our population have kids in school? That's a rhetorical question, but that would be probably the first example of the many paying for an absolutely essential, in terms of needs and wants, it's clearly a need. But the community has reinvested that some people would argue are wants, not needs, in terms of STEM programs and innovation centers and all the wonderful things that the school district done. Now, I share the concerns we've heard, and I've expressed them for months about the school district's approach to this. If the school district had taken a different approach, clearer on the front end, definitive in their support and commitment, we wouldn't hear some of what we're hearing tonight, and the economic model would look a little different. So that's going to remain I think a serious question as we go forward. Why not, and what can we expect? So I'm not happy about that still. But I am curious, what percentage of our residents use Sandstone Park, our trails, Centennial Park, every amenity in town for which the many have paid? What number and percentage of our residents use those?
Mayor, members of council, Jeff Friesner, Recreation and Golf Manager. And I think it's virtually impossible to answer that question. There is really no way to easily or accurately document how many people are on the greenway or in our trails or that sort of thing.
Can I change the question? Conjecture. Conjecture what the number and percentage might be. And you have degrees of freedom, plus or minus.
Well,
yeah, Jeff. Plus
let me
or minus.
I'll conjecture.
So
you can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
So Jeff, how many people have passes? Passes?
That number's between 8,000 and 10,000 people, depending on the year.
So 10% of the community. 8 to 10% of the community
have passes. That does not quantify how many come in and pay cash.
We have attendance that people that actually go inside the doors and pay their fees. That number, depending on the year, is 475 to 500,000 people. By far the biggest user group in the city. And
how many of those are repeats?
They are repeats, yes. That's attendance.
Yeah.
That's not that.
Yeah.
I can't give you the number of individuals. But that's a large number, and I think what makes it different than the parks, the library, and some of the other locations is people have to pay to go in and use that, so they have a choice of other providers in our community, and that many people are attending annually.
How many are using our trails on bicycles or pedestrians? I know. I
can't answer that. But I would say, and this is just me talking, I think our greenway system is one of the most used and appreciated asset in our total community. I think our parks are right underneath that, and then I would say our library and recreation facilities would be right underneath.
I agree.
That.
Those are awesome amenities.
Yeah.
I would like to see us have a bigger and more up-to-date library, but I agree with you. Here's my frustration. We're going to hear many times the concerns about the many versus the few, the many paying for the few, how much equity there is and participation, all that kind of stuff, and we are going to have no data to respond. We're going to say, you're wrong, and I have a different opinion, and none of us have any facts to work with. I mean, that's going to be an interesting...
Right. I can provide you data as it relates to people coming into the recreation facilities and participating in our programs. David might be able to answer this, but I don't think there is a good way to measure that in the park and trail situation, because there's too many places to go in, out. It's really difficult to capture those numbers.
It would be helpful to have some way for us to frame the reason we make investments in these kinds of amenities as communities.
we can-
Because
we
if
can-
you're only going to invest, if we're only going to invest, if it's going to be left to the private sector, or we're only going to invest when a majority of the community is going to use an amenity center, we'll never talk again, seriously, about a performing arts center or a convention center. Things that have enormous implications for the culture of this town and elevating an economy that that will benefit everybody. They're just not necessarily going to show up in the venue. It feels to me like no matter what side of this you're on, but if you'd like to support it, it would be helpful to have a little more perspective or information on why it's a worthy investment for the community, even though it may not start out with the kind of social equity value or benefits we would like to see. I'll stop.
All right, thanks.
We
Well, nobody's
can-
left in the queue, but Harold?
We can get you program information that'll give you some cuts. I think the challenge that Jeff mentioned is in terms of the data on the daily usage piece, we just don't have, it's not that granular to say how many is a repeat user. And that's actually something we've talked about as we want to improve our systems to get that information. So we'll get you all information that we can.
All right, great. So no one's in the queue, but I guess I would, if we're going to, and if I repeat anything that you said, Dr. Waters, I apologize, but I wrote it down before you said it. So so if we were to follow the argument, that, only a small percentage would use it, or that, it's not going to be profitable, only 76% of the costs will be recovered, we would get rid of our baseball fields, our soccer fields, all city parks, all city trails, our bike lanes, our rec center, the one down in southern Longmont, Centennial Pool, the tennis courts, our gun range. We'd never talk about a performing arts center, as it's already been pointed out, and basically every single parks and rec amenity we have. The purpose of government is to provide amenities that the private sector cannot provide. And members of the public, both that have spoken tonight and in other places, we compete for the same machine sometimes at the rec center, the elliptical machine. Planet Fitness for $13, you can go buy, you can go 24/7, and you get free tanning, And so I'm not saying you should go join Planet Fitness. I'm just saying that there are amenities in town or options. Right now, we don't have swimming space, meaning not just for competitive. Because we say an Olympic pool, I read online today by someone I respect, they said, we don't need an Olympic-sized pool because nobody's an Olympian. The whole point of a 50-meter pool is that you can turn it to its side and you get like 18 25-yard lanes that allow for competitive swimming, that allow for senior sneakers, that allow for swim lessons. I'm sorry, what did I say? Senior sneakers? Well, silver and senior sneakers, they're beautiful. And so my point is that you've got, I've said it before, 27% of the folks in this town are of Hispanic or Latino descent. Many of them don't swim as a result of them coming from a country or an area of this world that doesn't have swimming pools. It's an issue of social justice. It's an issue of safety. You look at every other city in this town, many with considerably fewer residents, they have these kind of amenities. And so I remember, I wasn't here, or maybe I was, but when the Justice Center, the library, and the City Hall were built, they approved this building, and City Council was run out of, they wanted to run them all out. Well, nobody ever talks about that anymore because, hey, guess what? These facilities were built, and it's what the city needed, and nobody ever complains anymore, other than the fact that the foundation was bad. So, and I certainly understand the concerns of the school district, but the great thing is, even if they don't sign a legally binding contract, there's no way they're not going to use this facility. It's just not going to happen because it's what's going to be available, or else they're going to be driving for 45 minutes to an hour just to get to practice, and parents and students aren't going to put up with it. And so I'm going to vote for it. Nobody else is in the queue. Have we had a motion yet? No. So I'm actually going to move ordinance 2019-46. All right, let's vote. All right, that passes 5-2 with Council Members Peck and Mayor Pro Tem dissenting. All right, let's move on to 9E, Ordinance 2019-47, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Longmont, Colorado at a coordinated election on November 5th, 2019, an amendment to the City of Longmont Home Rule Charter to allow for the lease of city property for up to 30 years. All right, is there any questions or comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Initially, I voted for this because I understand that this is helpful to developers who want to get bank loans. However, you can get loans for 15 years, 20 years, 25, 30. You know, if you have a sound project, you can get loans for anything. And I do, in thinking about it, I don't know how many other municipalities have extended their lease terms. I do think that this city, as one of our constituents, Scott Stewart, pointed out, this puts us at a disadvantage, the city at a disadvantage. It does advantage the commercial interest trying to get a loan for some property they're leasing, but it puts the city at a disadvantage. And I don't, that's my job, is to be sure that the city is fiscally sound.
Councilmember Peck.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I am not going to vote for this because it does hamstring us in renegotiating leases for the higher interest rate. And again, that is part of what we're supposed to do. So unless I am misunderstanding what this whole thing is about, Harold, do you have any comments about that? Are we actually, what is the point of this?
So I think when we had the discussion, to use example, if there's an opportunity for a larger public-private partnership, let's say a convention center, which we know that we don't have in our community, and you engage in that public-private partnership, those private companies may need a 30-year lease in order to use that to get the loan. In terms of how they're doing it over time, they can get a 30-year loan, but they can't get a 30-year loan if they don't have a 30-year lease on the property, because that folds into the conversation. So I believe that was part of it. To the point that the resident made, I think just because you have the ability to do that doesn't mean that you need to do that on everything. So we could still utilize a shorter term on certain leases that we felt was more appropriate and not use it on everything.
Okay,
so
that was going to be...
That's always an option that we have.
Okay.
And so I think to the point on the rates, where I've been in cities where you did have longer periods of time, you restructure your contracts to deal with that, and you completely look at a different way to deal with your escalators. You don't do it the same way for a shorter term contract.
So that was going to be my second question. Does this lock us into every single commercial contract that we...
No.
And the answer is no. Okay, thank you.
Just lets us go out that far if
it's needed.
If the council wants to do that at the time.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Well, my main point was to point out what the city manager just said, which is that it doesn't lock us into 30-year rates at all. It just gives us more flexibility to design mortgage styles or lease styles that fit the project. I actually originally supported 40 years because there are certain major public projects and public-private partnerships that would make that appropriate, and I am disappointed that we aren't allowing for longer leases. So I'm going to vote for this because it's a step in the right direction, and I have ambitions for this city that I'd like to see fulfilled.
All right, seeing no one else, let's go ahead and move on to our public hearing on this matter. Would anyone like to speak? All right, seeing no one, let's go ahead and close the public hearing on ordinance 2019- Oh, Scott, come on down. We shall not close the public hearing. We shall hear from Mr. Scott Stewart.
Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street. I'm not sure where everybody's getting their information on the 30-year stuff. I mean, SBA stuff is typically 25 for businesses and stuff. If somebody can educate me on this and give me some examples of what kind of loans we're talking about on this, we're not talking about a home mortgage, which is everybody's familiar with, which is 30 years. Typically, business stuff is, at the long set is 25 years. If you're talking about private investment, you may go out farther than that. But typical loans are less than 20 years, and the amortization of the expenses for the business, nothing goes beyond 20 years. I mean, the assets itself don't get amortized over 20 years. They're usually as short as possible, so you can recapture that cost. I'm really confused as the logic of, why we're doing this. And if we are going to extend it to the 30 years, I'm encouraged by the idea that this isn't just a blanket statement, that we're talking about new projects. We're talking about offering this for new development projects. We're not talking about this for existing infrastructure. I hope we're clear. Thank you.
All right, there's nobody in the queue, but I'll actually address his question. And the thing is, the reason why this is different than typical real estate deals and loans is we're not dealing with property that we get to keep. It's basically a long-term rental. So if I'm going to buy a house, like let's suppose that if I'm going to buy property at the airport and I go out there and I'm going to invest, because at the end of that 20, 30-year period, I own property, right? I own that. I get to sell it. I get to do what I want. However, if you're just leasing or renting, so to speak, from the city, well, what happens if 20 years goes by and the city council, as a result of people such as yourself saying, hey, I want to close down that airport. And now all of a sudden, we decide to close it down. And at the end of 20 years, we can't renew that lease. And all our money and the risk that we put into it, we don't have the opportunity to recover. And so we're less likely to invest. So but we're not going to debate it, but I'm just saying that is the longer the period you have to recover your investment, whether it be equity or a loan, the more likely you are to invest in something, whether it be the airport or a piece of city property or whatever. So I don't see anybody else in the queue. Do I have a motion? All right. Dr. Waters has moved ordinance 2019-47, and Councilmember Peck seconded that. I only repeat it because the microphones weren't on. So nobody else is left in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem against. And Mr. Stewart, when I said I don't want to debate this, it wasn't me arguing with you. It was just protocol that you already took a turn, and then everybody else would take a second turn. But we always appreciate your comments. All right, let's go on to items removed from the consent agenda. Let's start with the ones the city pulled, which was E, F, G. Sorry.
We just pulled those items because of an ordering issue and that you had to vote on these items and place them on the agenda before you could vote for it.
All right.
No reason other than that.
All right. So we've already had an opportunity. Does anyone object to us limiting debate to nothing and just move on? Because we've already voted and expressed our points. Councilmember Finley?
Could I just move that we pass
Yes, you may.
E, F, G?
We could do that. All right. It's been moved. Well, I mean, theoretically, it's out of order. We need to do one at a time. I mean, no, you don't think, Eugene? Yeah, it's true. It is a consent agenda. All right. It has been moved and seconded? All right. It's been moved and seconded that we pass Resolution 2019-81, Resolution 2019-82, and Resolution 2019-83. Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I'm confused as to why we were telling people how to vote on an issue, on a ballot measure. Why would we do that?
Councilmember Peck, Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. So this is something that the council decides whether they would like to take a position of support on the ballot issues that you have put onto the agenda. if you approve these resolutions of support, then we reprint them in the City Line newsletter that goes out with all utility bills to let people know that you put these on there and that you support them. We certainly also say in the resolutions, you might notice that we ask people to be fully informed before they vote, but that you all are in support of these ballot issues. You certainly don't have to, but it's something that we have done for the past several years. Yeah.
Okay. It just sounds strange to tell people to vote a certain way on a measure.
Mayor, sorry. All right, Mayor Pro Tem? Didn't mean to cut you off, Joan, sorry.
Well, I've always found it odd as well. I think, the fact that we put it on a ballot issue means that we support it, otherwise it wouldn't be on. And to me, telling the voters how to vote is kind of presumptuous. I still do not support F and G.
All right, Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Since this is being bundled into an EFG motion, I would just like to make it clear that while I do support putting it on the ballot, I will not be supporting item F.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I'd like to say I think that it is false and misleading language to say that we are telling people how to vote. I think that what we are doing is endorsing the measures and encouraging people to vote for it. That's the word I think that's used in the resolutions.
Urging.
Urging, that's good too. And certainly everyone is free to vote however they like, but I think that voters deserve to know what the consensus of the council is. Many of them are not necessarily aware of the difference between a referred measure and a petitioned. And so it's just good information to have that your council put this on the ballot and you voted for them and they like the proposal for the city. So I think that, I'm certainly supporting this.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, it's also important just to note that the ballot issues, placing the ballot issues on the election ballot is one step to that, but also taking a position on those is what this step does. So just like if there's something that comes from the state government that we might bring back to you either for a position of support or opposition, it would be written very similarly. So it's essentially officially supporting the ballot issues that you have placed on the election ballot.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you. I wish these had not been bundled because I can't support F. So to vote against the motion would mean that you don't support any of them because they were all bundled.
You could actually move for a point of order and the chair would actually separate them because
thank you.
While I respect our attorney, Robert's rule says that if there's multiple issues in the motion, they need to be separated out.
Point of order, I would like the mayor to unbundle these.
The chair recognizes and agrees.
Thank you.
So let's go ahead and vote one at a time. But before we do that, nobody else is in the queue. I guess my only point is I will trade, if we don't send resolutions regarding health care or gun safety / restrictions to tell our federal and state legislators how to vote, or if we never, ever talk about state ballot measures again and tell people how to vote, if we never take any position whatsoever on anybody else's vote, I will vote against this. If everybody commits right now that we won't spend 45 minutes during the year on Tuesdays on the state legislative session discussing other people's votes. All right, let's go ahead. I'm a curmudgeon. All right, let's go ahead and first of all, there's been a motion 8E, Resolution 2019-81, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes in the ballot issue extending the streets and transportation sales and use tax indefinitely on the November 5th, 2019 coordinated election ballot. It has been moved and seconded. Let us vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go ahead and go on to F, Resolution 2019-82, a resolution of Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue approving a sales tax increase and bonding authority to construct and operate a competitive pool and ice rink on the November 5th, 2019 coordinated election ballot. It's been moved and seconded. Let us vote. All right, that passes 4-3 with Council members Finley, myself, Councilmember Martin, and Councilmember Waters for, and Councilmember Rodriguez, Councilmember Peck, and Mayor Pro Tem against. All right, let's move on to G, Resolution 2019-83, a resolution of the Longmont City Council urging Longmont citizens to vote yes on the ballot issue approving a change to the city's charter to allow for 30-year leases of city property on the November 5th, 2019 coordinated election ballot. It has been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Martin and Mayor Pro Tem Christensen against. Did you hit the wrong button? All right. Does anyone? Yeah, you can still go ahead and change your vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Christensen against. All right, everybody. So far, so good. All right, let's go ahead and take these in order. Dr. Waters, let's start with 8C, Ordinance 2019-51, a bill for an ordinance amending Title VII of the Longmont Municipal Code. Actually, you know what? Should we do that one last? All right, now let's just go in order. A bill for an ordinance amending Title VII of the Longmont Municipal Code on prairie dog control. Dr. Waters.
Thank you. Don, you might as well, or David, or both. First of all, I appreciate all the work you've done on this, and from our conversation in May, that you zeroed in on those things that have been most troubling to residents. I just want to clarify a couple things. In the write-up, we stopped short of addressing the fencing issue. Now, we talked about that in May as one of the fixes. And I've had a chance to talk to our city attorney, and I think I understand the issues here, but I think it's important for everybody to understand why it feels like we're punting on the fencing issue. Because I'd like to get indignant about it and say, screw the rest of the stuff I've heard, require people to build fences. But I think it's important to understand what the stakes are if we do, and the reasons why that might not be legal, even though the write-up suggests we could. That probably is a Eugene question.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. So we did do some research on this. At the state level, we did see livestock fence out regulations in state law. At the local level, we saw fence in of animals in which you have a property interest, like chickens and dogs and things like that. Actually, fencing in wild animals was a matter of first impression. We didn't really see anything like that. Livestock are not wild animals, neither are chickens and domesticated chickens, domesticated dogs. So as a matter of first impression, there's really not that much out there to guide us. I know the city does have very strong home rule authority, and they have strong land use authority. And so combining all that seems like you may be able to require people to fence in, but until a judge says so, you don't really know that it is so. Not a legal issue, but one that I had been thinking about is I understand that prairie dog proof fences are quite expensive. And I think these fence-in requirements would be applicable to larger properties, creating very large fencing expense. If that were to be the option to be chosen, it would seem like landowners would make the choice to exterminate, which would be a much cheaper option if you were to impose a fencing requirement. So that was sort of our analysis of that issue.
In our conversation, you offered a couple of examples that you established as a kind of equivalence of prairie dogs when it comes to fencing, which were useful to hear. Raccoons. You want to expand on raccoons or other animals that might find their way from one person's property to another.
Correct. I do. I told a personal story. I got raccoons under my deck, and they get out and they go mess up garbage cans in our neighborhood, as they often do. And I wonder if my neighbor could bring an action against me for poorly behaved wild animals that happen to take up residence under my deck. I didn't.
Could I get their name and phone number, please?
I didn't invite them in. I tried to shoo them away, and they scared me away. They made me back off. They started hissing and looking mean. Or, you know, if a goose lands on my property and goes over to my neighbor's yard and makes a mess, I do not think that's my responsibility. Talking to David Bell, we understand that wildlife is property of the state that belongs to all of us. And so to, you know, fence in their property is a novel concept.
So in response, I appreciated the equivalent was helpful. What I in my response to Eugene, on the issue of cost, my response was, if a property owner owns enough property that prairie dogs are coming off it onto somebody else's residential property, and the property owner says, I can't afford the fence, my response would be to say, you can't afford the property then. Fence it or sell it, but the burden shouldn't fall to a resident, right, to inherit that. Now, I get when you talk about raccoons, what if it's a raccoon, or what if it's a goose, or whatever, you know, these other examples. But what we do with this is we leave the homeowner to bear the burden. It's like, what did they do? They didn't. It just seems that there's something we ought to be able to do for the homeowner if we're going to say, you've got the problem that's coming from someplace else. You're going to bear the burden of the expense, the management, whatever it is. Seems to leave it feels like you're leaving the victim to fix the problem that somebody else is helping to create. Now, I get it. Prairie dogs are the animal, but you got a property owner that ought to be more responsible. So I'm concerned about that. So the follow-on is, Don, you think maybe we're addressing some of that issue, or a large part of it, with what's in the ordinance now as it's proposed. Could you talk about, that thinking?
Commissioner or Chair, let me
Mayor
turn
and
into council instead of Planning Commission. Sorry, Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Waters. So I do think that the changes that we've proposed are trying to do what council gave us direction on at the last meeting, of trying to exempt existing development, urban development within the city, trying to address both residential and commercial. And then I did take the direction of fix it, which was said a couple of times to me to work on. And I proposed some changes that I have identified that I think will make the ordinance work better for us from a staff standpoint, to make sure that we're doing what the council has asked. But I would also say that I understand what you're talking about with the fencing and not putting the responsibility on the property owners who are being impacted. But I would say that one thing the council might want to think about is that we are seeing people now not exterminate prairie dogs on their property because they do not want to deal with the moving and the fee and the payment that they have to go through now because of the prairie dog ordinance. So there's always a cause and an effect. And so I understand the council wants to protect prairie dogs and make sure that they're moved, and that's your that's your right. That's your job. But I'm just saying that when the regulations are in place, we have seen people who used to take care of their properties now stop.
Yeah, I guess I get that. Who I want to make certain whose needs we're addressing right now is the residents on Calais Drive. Right.
And I can explain
it's not about
that too.
Protecting prairie dogs. It's about protecting them and their kids and their grandkids. Right. So I'm not certain where to go with it, except it feels like we're still leaving them holding that bag.
They are going to be stuck with the cost, yes.
So at some point soon, if a homeowner has to endure costs because somebody who's an absentee property owner is not being responsible, who pays for the cost of the mitigation, or if it's a fence? The homeowner, or does the homeowner build a fence and we charge it to the property owner?
Right now, it would be the cost of the person who's going to put up the fence.
So what are the options for saying, no, we're going to say, if that's happening, I'm certain you could find some creative way to assess the absentee property owner for the cost of a resident having to build a fence and say, if you don't take care of it, we will, and you're going to write the check, not the homeowner.
We would work with Eugene's office to come up with some language that we could bring
Better
back
you
to
than better than
for
you than me on that one, but Eugene would rather work, I'm sure, with you on this one. But I don't think we can leave this, call it done, until we address that. Can I keep going here? I appreciate what you did with acreage, rather than counts of burros or dogs. But what's your reaction to dropping that to 1.5 acres? I heard the concerns, and I think they're legitimate concerns in terms of numbers. If you go to 1 acre, it doesn't help the Goddard School because they're 1.17 acres. 3 acres, I understand that concern. What if you drop it to 1.5 acres?
We will do whatever the council wants. The reason that I set it at 3 was that there was previous discussion about a certain number of prairie dogs that needed to be moved in order for them to have a better chance for survival. My assumption was that we were about 20 dogs per acre. At 3 acres, we're probably not going to get all 60 of them, so I was trying to make sure that it was a
That's
number.
how you got to the 3 acres.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's a logical approach.
Sometimes.
Second, next. So I'm going to make a motion on that one in just a minute, but I want to get some more information on, for at least that I need. There was a concern as I read the draft ordinance. It seemed like to me like we had, and maybe I missed it, that we had continued an incentive for a property owner if they use CO or carbon monoxide, or they relocate. But assuming they're going to exterminate because they've got a dog or 2 or whatever, that if they use carbon monoxide, they do need a permit, but they don't have to post and they don't have to wait.
That's correct, and that's on 7.06.070 notice.
So there's still the incentive
for
the use of carbon monoxide. That's the way I read it.
Yes.
So because the Goddard School, and this is not the Goddard School ordinance, I get it. But if we move it back to an acre, they're not helped. If we leave it at 3 acres, we're going to continue to fight over this. I'm going to move that we amend the ordinance to establish 1.5 acres as opposed to 3 acres as the basis for the minor permit.
All right, is there any question or debate on this particular matter, meaning going from 3 to 1.5? All right, then let's vote. That passes unanimously. All right, let us continue with.
And I'll yield. I want to, I guess, wonder about the fencing issue. Who shares that concern? Then I'll move. Then I will move. You want me to shut up and somebody else move it? Then I'm going to move. We direct staff to bring this to not call this finished until we have a viable plan or approach to placing the burden for the cost and the responsibility for protection of the homeowner on the landowner from which prairie dogs are migrating.
Second.
All right, anyone want to talk about this? All right, I don't see anybody. I guess I'm going to vote against it only because you go first then, Councilmember Martin. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. All right, no, go ahead.
So, all right, I'm not an attorney. I'm really happy about that. But what I think a potential model might be is that at some point in a certain location on a certain piece of undeveloped property, that a prairie dog colony becomes a nuisance. You know, if I were an experimental apothecary and I had a field full of deadly nightshade that I was growing for experimental purposes, that would be a nuisance. It might even be an attractive nuisance, an interesting nuisance, and I would be obliged to fence that field so that so that curious children couldn't get in there and fiddle with that stuff and possibly hurt or kill themselves. I've heard the same theories used about private swimming pools, right? You know, I have a swimming pool in my backyard, I better have a fence around it. Because otherwise it's an attractive nuisance and somebody can come in there. So, you know, an individual prairie dog may be the property of the state, but a prairie dog colony is a hazard. And I wonder if we couldn't approach it that way. That's all I have to say, just a suggestion.
Councilmember Finley?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I just, so we have an ordinance where the purpose of the ordinance is so that we don't kill prairie dogs, and then we're going to penalize the landowner for not killing his prairie dogs by making him pay for a really expensive fence. Somehow that just doesn't seem quite right to me. I just don't think I could support anything like that, because it's we've created the problem and we're going to make them pay for it now. That's not right.
Dr. Waters? Again, go ahead.
The other alternative is that to killing them would be to relocate them. If they can't be relocated, then we've established the basis for exterminating if they need to in a humane way. So they don't have to build fences at all. They could work with our activists to get them relocated. That's an option. Or if that's not an option and they don't want to build a fence, then it is going to be an extermination, and they could spend their money on that rather than the fence. What we have right now in parts of town are property owners doing none of it. They're not relocating, they're not fencing, and they're not exterminating. That leaves homeowners holding the bag. And thinks it's our job to not leave homeowners holding that bag.
Councilmember Martin?
Yes, I support that point of view as well, and what I'd like to say is that we have a misstatement of our assumption here. We have, as a council, have not voted never voted that saving all prairie dogs is the priority. What we have voted in my understanding is that we need to create the opportunity to save prairie dogs by making relocations possible, making preemptive exterminations undesirable. However, we've established a precedent that prairie dogs that are in a resident's yard can be exterminated. It's not of paramount importance to preserve or relocate those prairie dogs. And the same way, when a colony of prairie dogs on undeveloped land has become a nuisance, then the nuisance needs to be avoided by fencing the property, by relocating the prairie dogs, or by euthanizing the prairie dogs, whatever works, but the nuisance needs to be eliminated. Same thing if I had a beautiful swimming pool sitting in the middle of a beautiful lawn and it was mine. You know, I could fence it, I could fill it in, fill it with earth and plant flowers. I could do anything I wanted as long as I wasn't drowning toddlers in it. Same deal.
Point of order. You're out of order. Don't drown people. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Before we go any further, just just, people in the queue have now spoken more than once. Now we're at twice. So, yeah, so I would just point out that it's almost 10 o'clock on a Tuesday, and while prairie dogs are important, we still have to go through our operating budget, our water system, and our electric rates. So I would argue that we have already accomplished 95% of what the activists want, as evidenced by them no longer being in the room. So, I mean, I really don't care. I mean, we've done a lot, and we've accomplished a lot on this issue already, and we're not experts on this. So I don't care if it's 3 or 1.5, so we passed 1.5, and currently the motion on the table is there a motion on the table? Did you make a motion? What's the motion? Can you read it back? Or what was the motion, Dr. Waters?
The motion was to direct staff to not call this finished until we have a better plan for the fencing in, fencing out, some way to hold property owners accountable and not leave that to the homeowner.
All right, I'm going to vote against it only because I want this done tonight, and then if we have an issue with it later on.
Well, so I haven't
What does
turned my
that mean?
mic. I haven't turned my mic.
Okay,
on
what does that
yet,
mean?
So, and I know this would
But
be
you're
my
third.
I know
You're out of order, so
I am
go
out of
ahead.
order.
Make it quick.
I'm just insubordinate tonight, right? I'm pretty subordinate otherwise.
So in line always.
Yeah.
Remember what?
Here's my concern. In that motion, what I don't want to do is have that motion delay implementation of where we've come so far. I would like to see a second reading and implement what Don has done with the adjustment to 1.5 acres, and then give him a chance to work with Eugene to bring the fencing solution back. Otherwise, it's going to be months before we give relief to homeowners. And by the way, the activists left, the homeowners didn't, right?
Okay.
So this isn't about the activists, and it ain't about the prairie dogs. It's about those people up there.
Okay.
So.
Then let's go ahead and vote on this measure. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem wants to say something.
I'm very much in favor of this because of the fencing issue, because to me, that doesn't make sense. If one homeowner can't afford to build the fence, to fence out something that isn't something that they caused, then all the prairie dogs will come into theirs. It's ridiculous to have all the homeowners be responsible for the cost and expense of something that they did not create. It needs to be the onus needs to be on the person who has the property that has the problem. The other thing is, and this is just because we have David and we have Don here. I would like, after we vote for this, some explanation of the change in nursing and breeding season, because I know that sounds heartless, but when it was explained to me that the nursing and breeding season isn't really a season anymore, it's changed, and therefore it's not possible to say there is a nursing and breeding season necessarily. So that's why we changed it, and I'd like them to explain it so that the people in the audience and at home will understand why that was changed.
All right, Councilmember Rodriguez. Different issue? All right, that's why I love you, Aaron. All right, let's go ahead and vote. I was actually persuaded. All right, that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Finley against. All right. Do we have a? Do we need to? I don't think we need to pass. Do we need to pass a motion as amended? Yeah. All right. So I'm actually going to move 8C ordinance 2019-51 as amended. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. It's been moved and seconded, but go ahead. Yeah.
I believe this one's probably actually for Dawn. There was a change where there was a 30-day notice before grading permit that was changed to no 30-day notice and a storm water construction activity permit. Could you explain the reasoning behind that change, please?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Rodriguez, there were two reasons that I made this change. The first is that the city does not issue grading permits. So we don't have a permit that the regulation actually said that we have to give to somebody before they start the 30 days. The problem with the 30 days before is that we are not going to know for sure when they are going to start the grading on that property until they start. And then we have to go back 30 days and figure out whether or not the prairie dogs found a home before or after that 30-day window. So now, if they find it up to the day the grading starts, they have to do it.
So, for instance, they could apply for the SCAP and not start actually moving ground for
Months.
an indeterminate.
Correct.
Okay, I suppose that makes sense. So, in essence, though, the construction activity permit is the first permit filed for major ground disturbance.
Correct. It's a required permit.
There's no other permit process that comes before that.
There are other permitting processes you could go through, but not one that actually would start construction on the site.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
All right, there's nobody left in the queue. There is a motion on the table to pass this to second reading as amended. Let's vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Let's go on to Councilmember Martin, D, 8D, Resolution 2019-80, a resolution of Longmont City. Who? There was a request briefly. Could you spend 90 seconds and explain the nursing and breeding? The request to Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, David Bell, Natural Resources Manager. The real reason for the conversation we had with the community about the ability to do lethal control during the breeding season really was the fact that if you look at the intent of not doing relocations during the breeding season is the fact that you might take a lactating mother away from the pups and leave those pups in the burrow. So you definitely do not want to do relocation during the breeding season or the pupping season. The other piece is sometimes we do treatment on areas to kind of thin the numbers. You don't want to thin an area and potentially euthanize the mother and not the pups. So the idea that if you're doing full euthanization, if you're clearing a property, you're leaving no animals in the burrow, it doesn't matter as much if the goal is to fully euthanize that area. If it's during the March season or the June season, that whole colony is going to be removed. So if you're doing a clear cleaning of the property, euthanizing the whole colony, you don't have the intent of having that sort of inhumane after effect of leaving pups in the burrow. So that's the reason the biology was the fact that if we're doing a full euthanization on a property and clearing it, that doesn't make a difference. We still would not be trapping, we would not be doing thinning on those properties.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to Resolution 2019-80, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the cities of Boulder and Longmont granting Longmont funds to implement and manage a housing rehabilitation program for the city of Boulder. Councilmember Martin, you pulled this?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I just have a few questions for Kathy. First of all, thank you for the elaboration that you sent this afternoon. That was quite helpful. But I still have a few questions, and I didn't really have time because it was after hours by the time I got through the clarification. So here we are. Just for whoever's still listening, we are looking at taking over a function of rehabbing houses for people who can't do it themselves, low-income housing, for the city of Boulder, because we are the only organization in the county who is doing it. We're doing it for ourselves, so we have a process for doing it. And the city of Boulder has offered us $40,000 to pay the expenses of this, of which we may keep 17% to cover our administrative expenses, and I guess the rest of it goes to paying contractors to do the work. Is that an accurate explanation of how it's going to work?
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Martin, Kathy Fedler, Housing Community Investment Manager for the city. Yes, basically. So it is to help the city of Boulder by operating a rehab program within their their boundaries. 40,000 is the first year funding for the rest of 2019, of which up to 17% can be used for administrative costs, the rest for the rehab project costs.
So that means that we have to document our administrative costs?
Absolutely.
Okay. I would have liked it better if we could have just taken the 17% and saved some administrative costs, but that's what it is. Okay. Last year, Longmont spent $320,000 rehabbing houses in Longmont, which means we process applications for this benefit, we administer it, we find contractors, and we see to inspecting it when it's done, and that's our shtick. And we're the only people left doing this. How many households did that represent, that $320,000?
That was, if I remember right, around 30 to 40 total. So
Okay.
some of them are larger grants and some of them are smaller.
Sure, but we're looking at like $10,000 as an average cost for one of
Yes,
these jobs. Okay. How many were done in the city of Boulder that year?
We did none, obviously.
Sure.
And
How many did
I'm
Boulder
not sure
do?
if they had any let's see, when did Longs Peak stop? 2018. They have been averaging maybe much less, probably 10 a year, I think,
Okay.
prior to that.
So then between September, October, November, December, four of these things is a reasonable pace for this to happen in Boulder.
Correct.
Right, okay. And what happens if the money runs out? So maybe there's a backlog and you're going to get 4 applications right away and use up all the money in September. Does that mean there just won't be any more until the next year comes around?
That's correct, unless they have money to add to the contract.
Okay, so we
that
could
would take an
petition
amendment.
Boulder to allocate us some more money, but if they don't, we're just done for the year. and-
Correct.
Okay. How many people for the city of Longmont last year, or how many, full-time equivalents, worked on internally as the staff to administer this program?
So our intake person is probably 20% on this program, so taking the applications and income qualifying. And then our rehab person is probably, because she does other things, she's probably about 60% to 70% of her time on this, and those are the 2 primary folks.
Okay.
And some oversight by me.
So you have an expectation that you could just squeeze these extra 4 jobs in, and it's not going to cause a problem to the extent that you'd have to hire a temp or something to
That's
get
correct.
the work done.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm thinking in terms of benefits to Longmont, and you did a really good job of explaining what the benefits to our program are. Will the jobs in Boulder be fulfilled by contractors from Boulder or from contractors in Longmont that we already have a relationship with?
Well, I think that's one of the things that this trial will show us. One of the problems that we've talked about, that I have actually said at when we're presenting the CAPER, is that we're having difficulty finding and keeping contractors because they're very small jobs working and bidding in Longmont. I assume, but we'll find out when we get into it, that there will be Boulder contractors that would work on the homes in Boulder. We're hoping that by combining the 2 programs, increasing the number of jobs that are available, that we can increase that pool and they can go either back and forth, or we just increase in one community or the other. It's really an experiment to find out what impacts this will have.
This is not unique to this program. This is something that we're seeing really community-wide on the private side and in some of our programs, is if the projects aren't big enough, you just dilute the pool of your bidders in this, and we're actually trying to combine projects internally to deal with the same issue in terms of construction projects.
So in other words, you'd award a handful of jobs, making it worth the contractor's while.
Correct.
Okay, because honestly, cruelly, the way I'm looking at this is that if it benefits the Longmont economy, I'm for it. If not, I'd rather you guys had less work to do. But those are the questions that I had. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, ultimately, I trust you guys, so I move item 8D.
Second. Let's vote. Councilmember Martin? All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's move on to, staff pulled H as well. Sorry, I missed that earlier. So
Kathy has a brief, we had some questions regarding private activity bonds, and we felt it would be best if we gave a quick presentation on this.
It's the, I think it's the far left. It's the PDF. There.
That one?
Yep. Okay, so I was asked to give a quick presentation on private activity bonds, what they are and what they aren't. So, let's see, it's this one. Oops. So basically, private activity bonds are a way of providing funding to a project, but they are not cash. So it is not financing that's going right into a project. It's the sale of tax-exempt bonds that go into the project. Municipalities or other authorities issue the bonds, but have no obligation to repay investors. Investors buy the bonds, and then that funding is used to make a loan into a project. The project pays back the loan, and the investors get repaid with interest. So private activity bonds make rental housing eligible for 4% tax credits. So they're always used with the tax credits. This is just a little bit, it's probably more information than you really want to know about how the allocation goes, but 50% of the total state's allocation goes to CHAFA and to the Agriculture Development Authority, and 50% of the total cap or allocation is split between local governments, and then the statewide balance that goes to the Division of Local Affairs, Division of Housing. Longmont's share of this in 2019 is $4,945,028. Local housing authorities also have the ability to issue debt, so they can, and in the past, our housing authorities have taken the private activity bond and issued those themselves. So we get the allocation around January 15th, the state does. They establish priorities, and we must all act by September 15th to let the state know how we are going to use the private activity bonds. And it can either go into a carry forward for a project to be used within a 3-year period, or it can be used immediately. If we don't submit how we want our funding to be, the private activity bonds to be allocated, everything goes to the state, back to the state, and it gets put into the statewide balance, and they make decisions on how to use the funds, or they can assign it to another issuer for an eligible purpose, or we can actually do that as well. So if the city of Lafayette had a project and needed more private activity bonds, they could ask if we would use our, designate our bonds for their project. Again, if somebody gets an assignment, they have to either issue it or carry it forward, or it will also relinquish on that 9/15 date. So developers talk to local governments about what cap is available, what private activity bonds are available, and go around and try and get an allocation. That's kind of how Thistle did. In this instance, they needed like 18 million in private activity bonds. Of course, we only have 4.9, so they are also have been talking with Chaffa about getting some of their private activity bond allocation. That's the next point. You can also talk to DOH, Division of Housing, and apply to the statewide balance as well. Right now, they're saying that we can only use up to 55% or less of the aggregate basis for under private activity bonds, so it is spread around more. And this gets extremely technical when it's combined with the tax credit project. So there was actually some reaching out by the state to the local governments this time, asking how we were using our private activity bond. Do we have any cap available? How to connect other communities with us or other projects with us. And if we ever, like I said, had gotten into a situation where we didn't have anybody that wanted to use our private activity bonds, we could offer it to other communities or relinquish it to the statewide balance. So on the multifamily housing revenue bonds, which is primarily how private activity bonds are used, they are used to finance affordable multifamily rental housing. They can be used for single-family home purchase, but that goes through a whole separate mortgage credit certificate program. They can only be used for under rental housing for new construction, to acquire existing buildings, or a combination of acquisition and rehabilitation. They cannot be used to do rehab only, and they cannot be used outside of a tax credit partnership. So if you wanted to acquire a property, you would have to syndicate it with tax credits, or like the Longmont Housing Authority, in their application, they are refinancing and rehabbing an existing property. So the refinancing counts as acquisition. They're actually, the Longmont Housing Authority is acquiring it from the Longmont Housing Development Corporation, who was the original owner, and then spending funds on rehab. So the income from the investment in the tax-exempt bonds are tax-free to the investor. The investors are willing to take lower yields because of that tax-free interest, and the savings are passed on to the project or the borrower in the form of lower interest rates on the loans that are put into the project. In generally speaking, in affordable housing projects, because they generate lower rents, that results in lower revenue. Lower revenue results in lower cash flow, and lower cash flow results in lower debt capacity, which is part of the problem that the tax credits are there to solve. So in order to build affordable housing, you either need to subsidize the revenue via vouchers or subsidize the asset itself via tax credits and private activity bonds. And then finally, the financing tools. So there's bank financing that can go into affordable housing, and they do. Credit enhancements, soft funds like our CDBG and home that take a back seat to all the other funding. The tax credit program is the primary driver of almost every affordable housing project. Those come in the form of 4% non-competitive tax credits and 9% competitive. 9% are generally getting to 30%, 40% AMI, where 4% are usually in that 50 to 60% AMI range. And they always attach with private activity bonds. So that's my short and quick summary of private activity bonds. So if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to try and answer anything.
So essentially on H1 and 2, we're approving private activity bonds, but at no risk to the city. And it will allow us to increase our affordable housing and assist
That is correct.
Longmont, the LHA.
Correct.
Right?
That and Thistle.
All right, great.
Yes. What's being recommended is that we split it this year, with 4.5 going to Thistle and the balance going to the Longmont Housing Authority. And then if you want to, staff recommended that the 2020 private activity bond allocation go to Longmont Housing Authority so that their project is whole in 2020 when they need it.
Great. Dr. Waters?
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. Just really quickly, just so I understand the presentation, and this is probably just revealing my ignorance. Again, 55% or less of the aggregate basis, which is? The aggregate basis is?
The aggregate basis is, let's see, I put it in here, if I can find it again.
Is it that half the 588 million or our allocation of it? I mean, yeah, I'll just be quiet and listen.
I should have highlighted it. I know it's in here. Okay, so the aggregate basis is the depreciable costs of the project plus the land. So a lot of the depreciable costs are not the syndication fees and the soft
So
costs.
for the
and stuff,
purpose
but
of the use of the public activity bond, you can only use that on 55% of that aggregate.
Correct.
Got it, thanks. Real quickly, in the terms of the uses or purposes, in terms of the new construction, acquisition, rehab, in the Thistle project, are they doing rehab?
Yes, they're doing refinance rehab. So
Same way that LHA and LHCC
correct.
do? Okay.
Yes, they're
all right.
just doing it across 4 properties.
Last question. Given what some of the challenges we're facing with LHA and LHA's, just right now with LHA, I won't go any further, but there's a change condition for LHA. And I'm not certain if any of what is available through the public activity bond is eligible to be used for any of the issues that LHA may be facing in the near future.
They would not, because of the have to be tied to us. All of their properties are pretty much syndicated in tax credit partnerships already. So in order to be able to use any of the private activity bonds on those properties, they would have to re-syndicate, which their existing partnership are probably not willing to do.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I just had a question as to, on the evaluation of the application, LHA had 60 points and Thistle had 50, and yet we're giving Thistle the bulk of the money, and I was wondering why. If we don't use our evaluation system, maybe we should adjust it, or just the reasoning behind that?
So the reasoning behind that is, one, readiness to proceed. We already have pledged funding to this project, so they need to be able to move forward on it, or it all falls apart, and they'll have to reapply again and reconfigure everything again. And they have for those 3 properties that they're doing in Longmont, they would fall out of affordability then, because they need to refinance and include rehab in those. So we've already pledged our Affordable Housing Fund loan if they can get it to go forward. So it made sense to us to also include this private activity bond in this year, because they're ready to move forward if they can get the private activity bond all lined up, because they did get the tax credits already. That Longmont Housing Authority has not applied for their tax credits yet. So their readiness to proceed, which isn't a factor in the point system, and probably should be.
Yeah, yeah, we should put that in there.
Yeah,
then.
and the other thing we should include too for next time is some consideration when it's preserving affordable housing. The points are really built around new construction.
Mm-hmm.
So those are 2 areas that we need to adjust.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd like to remind folks that the Thistle projects of 3 properties in Boulder, how many total units are those that are really quite low income and have been here for a long, long time? How many units are there in
So
total?
it's, yes, 3 properties in Longmont. There's a total of 132 units in Longmont, and they are in English Village, Parkville, and Terry Street apartments. and they have 8 of the total of all the units are at 30% AMI, 4 at 40%, 107 are at 50%. So all but 13 of the 132 are affordable at or below 50% AMI.
Yes, thank you. And these have been, they have been steadily repairing them. Some of them were built in the 70s, the early 70s. So they do need at this point, they need steady upgrades. And so we have delayed a lot of this ourselves. So it's a good investment to keep those properties kept in good order. And so I'm happy with what Kathy has suggested.
All right, nobody's left in the queue, so just to move things along, I'm going to move Resolution 2019-84. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. I'm also going to move Resolution 2019-85. Let's vote. All right, that also passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to Mayor Pro Tem. Number I, proposal for meeting inclusionary housing requirements via A, resolution approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the Prairie Village Filing 7 inclusionary housing requirements, and B, resolution approving a voluntary alternative agreement for the Prairie Village Filing 8 inclusionary housing requirements. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, well, it's my understanding that if we do nothing, this proposal simply goes through without us ever discussing it again. Is that correct? Okay. So we really do need to discuss it because this has the potential to set precedent. And what the precedent that we would be setting is that someone can buy land or start developing something. This was originally started in 2002. It has gone through now multiple filings. We're on the 7th and 8th filing, and the 9th filing probably won't happen. They don't particularly want to develop that. So these are the last 2 filings, and one is by KB Homes, and the other is by D.R. Horton. These are incredibly powerful. These are 2 of the largest home builders in the United States, if not the. So they can, they're not small local guys. So the precedent that they want is that they think that because 10 years ago, the developer made a donation to Longmont Housing Authority, and Longmont Housing Authority built 16% of affordable housing, that all of that has been built. The dangerous precedent would be that we would say to developers, well, you can develop things in phases and in subsections, which is what happens, for instance, with special districts and metro districts. So you can divide this up, and so that any projects going forward don't necessarily, they could be just one big ghetto, one part of it that's nothing but low-income housing, and then the rest of it can be high-end housing. It undermines everything if we say to these 2 filings that they don't need to provide any affordable housing. They do need to provide affordable housing because even though the total affordable housing does exceed the 12%, they have not provided anything. And to segment things in this way, which is, when you're developing something, it makes sense to develop it in phases. Thistle got into trouble over in Blue Vista by not phasing it. If you segregate it into phases, then you can contain some of the economic risk and some of the economic benefit and maximize it. It's a more secure way, and it's also a more secure way for bankers to loan things. But nevertheless, we can't have our affordable housing shaped by by segregating things this way. The whole idea of inclusionary housing includes different economic price points within the same development. We specifically did not want to have one little part of the development be just for people with low income and the rest of it be for other people. And so if we set this precedent of allowing them to not pay any, not to donate either land or any inclusionary housing, we set a precedent for everything going forward. So I am not in favor of them. I'm in favor of number 2 of the council options, deny the agreement and require each filing to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance. And I would make that motion.
Councilmember
Do I
Peck?
have a second?
The other one, it was number 2. Oh, 1 second. It was, I'm actually going to second that. Councilmember Peck? Not anymore. There we go.
Thank you. What I think that Councilwoman Christensen is saying is that it sounds like they want to grandfather in what they did in the last inclusionary zoning ordinance 10 years ago, that they built affordable housing at that point, and does that then capture what our 12% in this new IZ is doing? Can they use that past affordable housing allotment to comply with our new IZ zoning, to use it against that? But there was a time in between there when we didn't have any inclusionary zoning at all. So this is a new ordinance, it's a new plat, which is why I agree with number 2. We shouldn't be able to use their prior affordable housing build-out. We need to comply with our new zoning, and each plat needs to be considered as a new development. So I agree, number 2.
Can I usually wait till the end? Can I just ask a couple questions real quick? Anyone mind? Okay. So my question is, so I used to live there, and KB Homes and DR Horton didn't build those, did they?
They did. They did some of them.
But like, for example, who paid for Spring Creek and Fall River?
So
Did DR Horton or KB Homes have anything to do with that?
So this is a Prairie Village property, and we may have to get everybody to jump in. So that started out as a larger development for the entire area.
Yep.
I think it's adjacent to where you used to live.
Yeah.
Not
Well, it used
right
to, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so it started out as one large development, and they had a builder that came in on the first side that was on the north side of, and they built some of it. Got caught in 2008, and I think everything started holding.
And they sold it.
I don't know if I think they sold it or there was a transition. So then DR Horton came in for a significant portion of that property and built the housing then around it.
Right.
The original developer made the commitment as part of, I believe it was just the development process for the 2 lots with Spring Creek and Fall River on it. The rest of the housing has now built around Spring Creek.
But did KB but I don't think DR Horton, correct me if I'm wrong, but KB and DR Horton did not provide affordable housing. It was the previous developer, correct?
The previous developer dedicated the land
Correct.
to the Longmont Housing Authority to provide the affordable housing for the entire development.
So even in the existing ordinance, when a developer comes in and provides the plat and they go through the approval, it's the developer that has to satisfy the affordable housing requirement.
Right.
In land donation, on-site, off-site, and those types of issues. The builder is a different component of that process. They're not necessarily in that conversation. So then, in one of the examples that we built when we said, well, if we say we're going to build X number in the middle tier, and we're not going to have an affordable housing requirement in that, what we had to put in there is we weren't going to issue COs if they didn't meet it, and then they would have to come in with cash in lieu. So most of that, am I correct, Kathy? Most of that agreement is actually done with the developer, not the builder, even today.
But my only question is, when Melody Homes, was going to build, they dedicated this, and then was there? I guess what I'm just wanting to know, if I'm looking at it as, I just want to know if D.R. Horton or KB Homes are in the same situation as everyone, meaning if you have land, we change the ordinance, and now if you own land, you now need to comply with the affordable housing ordinance. As far as they're concerned, they bought the land, they never met any obligation or paid any funds for affordable housing.
I would say that's correct. However, when they bought the land, it included already the dedication of the land for the affordable housing. When it was Mr. Lon LaRue, who originally developed this, and he is the one that dedicated and set aside the land for the housing authority to cover the entire development, the entire development.
But how is this, the question is, how is this different than anyone else who owned land or bought land when there wasn't an affordable housing ordinance, and then council caught them off guard?
Because I would say no other development is in the same situation where the affordable housing has already been provided under the original inclusionary housing.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't believe there's any other property besides this
Okay.
one that falls under that.
All right. Okay, Dr. Waters?
I appreciate the questions. I hadn't even thought about what you're raising now about the new developers. Here's my question. Maybe Brian, if this is to you, or Mayor Bagley, if this is to you or to Kathy. I don't know that I would have no way of knowing how contingent the acquisition of the property, having satisfied the affordable housing requirement, was to the buyers right now, the new builders. Here would be my concern, that if we set a standard and it gets met, and then later somebody wants to buy a portion of that, does it because we've already met the standard, and now has to meet the standard again, right? And I'm all about getting as much affordable housing as we can. My concern is, would it have delayed the initial deeding of the property, so we would have neither Fall River nor Spring Creek, for fear that somehow the deal's going to get changed, and I'm not going to do anything until I get to the end of my development, and then pay cash in lieu or whatever, that it would delay. Although I think we're collecting cash in lieu up front on new developments. Yeah.
At CO.
Actually, it's at CO time. That's right. So my concern is whether or not, if we don't see this as having satisfied the requirement, is the message, wait as long as possible to deliver affordable housing so you don't get screwed in the deal. That's my concern. And if that's the case, that would be a foot shot again. We want affordable housing as soon as we can get it, not as late as we can get it.
Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Kathy, who owns Filing 9?
Who owns it? It's the family that originally, isn't it? Or the, where is it? There's a little house on it. I guess I don't know the answer to that question. It's whoever owns the little house that's already on it, they own that.
Do they live in it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So somebody has an option to buy it? When you said Filing 9 probably won't happen, nobody wants to do it.
The family does not want to develop it at this point in time at all.
Farmhouse.
Okay, so they want to keep it as a teeny little farm. Okay, then I have nothing more to say about it. And frankly, I'm really on the fence on this. Yeah, it seems like the two builders probably went under contract on the assumption that their affordable housing had been satisfied. Is that what you understand about their understanding?
Definitely on one of them, for sure. The other one, I'm not sure they had taken it into consideration, but I forget which one of them, they were on it right away. So assuming that would be what had happened. And I would say, you know, under this ordinance, if a developer dedicates land to cover their affordable housing on their property, so Sugar Mill or, you know, any of these properties, I think they're doing it with the assumption then that they're covered forever and ever, not 15 years from now.
Yeah.
You know, you could come back again kind of thing.
Yeah,
So,
I
mean,
think
that's
that-
what made sense to us. And I think also, I think you probably have issues with the neighborhood too, that they're at 16% or almost 17% affordable, which is above the 12%.
Sure.
If you impose additional,
And
or if we require additional.
these don't look like huge lots, although I can't really tell. Is this under new density? I mean, are they,
Townhomes.
what's the,
Well, the filing 7 is duplexes, going to be duplexes.
uh-huh,
And I think that's under regular. There's no changes to that. And then filing 8 is apartments, and I don't believe they're getting any density either.
they're not getting any density bonuses, but
Right.
they're not, we're not talking Rainbow Ridge here. We're talking fairly dense development anyway.
Probably comparable to Fall River and
Yeah.
Spring Creek.
Okay, so this is not exactly what you'd call a non-diverse development. These are moderate houses. It's got 2 affordable developments in it already, and these people are building high-ish density market rate homes. That's their intent. Okay, thanks. That's all I need.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. The way I see this is a little different. The developer, the original developer, not only met the requirement, but went over the requirement. And to change the rules now is kind of like double jeopardy. Okay, you don't own it anymore, so we're going to make the next guy also pay in inclusionary housing. That just doesn't quite seem right to me. I'm sure that the folks who bought that land in subsequent filings bought it with the understanding that that requirement had been met. So I will not be voting for the option number 2. I would, should that fail, make a motion to do 1.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I don't know when either of these places bought it, but if it was already inclusionary housing, under the old inclusionary housing ordinance, then if they bought it when it was under that, then their assumption would be that they would have to, that it had already been met. Here's the problem I have with setting this precedent. When we allow people to start subdividing things and phasing it, then all the incentive is to hang on till the end and try to get rid of the inclusionary housing ordinance, which they have done before. That's why there was no inclusionary housing ordinance for the last 10 years. Right now, there's also an incentive to delay everything until the last minute because we changed when we collect our payment in lieu until the certificate of occupancy. Well, many of these people who are in development for 5 or 10 years. That is 5 or 10 years that we aren't getting any kind of fee from them. And it incentivizes them to kind of wait and wait and wait and wait. So I don't want there to be more of an incentive for people to wait and wait and wait to build affordable housing. I would like them to build it up front, like the first person who bought this and built more than was required of him out of, community interest. So I'm still I think we should vote on whether to do council option 2, deny the agreements and require each filing to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance. Because if we don't, it sets a precedent that just encourages people to subdivide and have different filings, and each one of them will not have inclusionary housing.
Councilmember Martin? All right, I seconded this, but I'm actually going to vote against it only because I was persuaded. All right, Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. So this, to me, begs the question of how long do we allow an original plat if it's subdivided after a different owner buys in? How long do we allow that inclusionary zoning requirement that has been met to last for this entire area? I mean, if we're grandfathering it in for every owner that buys because the first filing, second filing met the requirement, how long do we drag that out?
So
it's confusing to me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
So if it's a question to me, then I think a couple things need to be considered. The original developer, in good faith, dedicated the land to the housing authority to cover the entire development. It wasn't his fault or in his knowledge that we were going to have a recession and things had to wait. And filings and different phases and filings are fully allowed within our code to have structured and timely, that's not exactly the right word I'm thinking of, but orderly development. If the if things change, and so for instance, if this had only met 10%, then I would be arguing, yes, they should provide another at least 2% in order to meet the new requirement. But because they exceeded it, I think that's a little bit different story. And also, I think we need to think about if we don't honor this original development, which went above and beyond what we're requiring now, who's going to dedicate land in the future under the program, thinking that at some future point the last filing didn't get completed in time and now has to add more affordable housing. I think that could be a real
All right, let's give Dr. Waters the last word and then vote or take some motions.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. Kathy, I think, said in probably more eloquently than I would. It seems to me that if we approve the motion that's on the floor, what we do is create an incentive for developers to wait, not to get product now, because they'll wait for, if no other reason, if this council can subject this now to a new standard, they can wait out this council for another council and hope that they drop the standard. I mean, there's just there's no incentive here for the message is wait as long as you can, and maybe things work in your interest. Because this works at the disadvantage. We got 16%, and we got it early. It's not all finished. But if we don't give the credit here, then the message is don't deliver and wait and hope for a better council or a change in an ordinance at some point in time.
You've not said anything, but ex post facto. I mean, basically changing the law on you and then requiring you to follow the new law or finding you in violation. So anyway, let's go ahead and vote. I move Resolution 2019-86. Oh, do we? Oh, yeah, that's true. Mayor Pro Tem actually moved option 2 that we, that is deny the agreements and require each filing to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance. So a yes vote means we deny, a no vote means that we don't deny, that we haven't made a decision yet. So let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes. Councilmember Peck? Okay, that passes 6-1. Or, I'm sorry, it fails 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem 4. All right, at this time I would move Resolution 2019-86. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. I know, we're waiting. We're waiting. Councilman Waters? Strong thumbs now? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. All right, that passes 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem against. I move Resolution 2019-87, filing 8. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. All right, that passes 6-1 with Mayor Pro Tem against. All right, let's move on to, we're getting close to 11. Let's move on to item J, the appointment of Ton Wilderman to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. No, we pulled it. Mayor Pro Tem, you pulled it?
I pulled it because, once again, this sets a very bad precedent that we can just appoint somebody who shows up in between things, and we're not holding an open hearing. We're not holding open interviews. We're just accepting somebody who walks in the door and is available. I think, it's getting toward the end or it's in August. In 4 months, we can do this the proper way. Otherwise, we will be doing this with everything. There's a motion to do this with the Longmont Housing Authority because there are several vacancies. We need to wait till the twice a year protocol that we have set up and have done for many years, and we need to stick to that because otherwise it's not fair.
Councilmember Peck?
Does anybody know how many people are on this board? Do they have a quorum for voting if we do not appoint him?
I don't know about the quorum, but there's vacancies.
Are there quorum issues?
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Peck, there are not. So you have
Okay.
5 sitting members currently. Both alternates are vacant.
Okay. And does anybody did we interview this guy?
He served on the board before.
No, we didn't. I think this board is pretty important, so I agree that we should wait and actually interview somebody for it, rather than just appoint someone. We don't know anything about him, really. We didn't interview him. An old member.
He's on the board now.
Okay, that makes a difference.
This is
He's an alternate anyway. Yeah. He's just going to be an alternate.
This is also the board, I believe, that council extended the terms on this board because of the difficulty in finding people to sit on it, because there are specific requirements related to the individuals that have to serve in this capacity. It is not a position, and Dawn, Joni, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not a position that I could come and sit on because I don't have that expertise. Is that correct, Joni, or no? Is this not the one we extended the terms on? Oh, master board, okay.
But it's still hard. Mayor Pro Tem?
He's obviously qualified. He's a fine person. We have his resume. I'm just saying that, to be fair, we need to have everybody, be able to apply in an open manner and interview everybody.
Did we have anyone apply to this board last time? I don't believe we did. So, this is one of the ones that we have a hard time finding qualified applicants. He's on the board now. And
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
This was one, I think in the council comm, we laid out that we had no applicants at the time, and we re-advertised per council's direction, and that's when we netted that application.
He's the only one that applied.
From Mr. Wilderman.
Right.
Yeah.
So I actually move the appointment of Todd Wilderman to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals. All right. And one more, and I think this is a little different than the LHA board appointees, because I know that we've had friction on that issue before. I've been, it's not that I make the decision, but the mayor makes the LHA appointments. And until, I might not like it, others might not like it, but until the state changes that law, I understand, but that's the way it is. Mayor Pro Tem? And of course, I will always.
Regarding that, the state law actually says the mayor or appointees, and they must be mayor or other authorized appointers, and that could be the city council. In fact, the city council is supposed to be approving the mayor's appointment. So we aren't really following protocol exactly on that either. And we could change it back to the way it has been the previous 6 years, which was simply that council and the mayor appointed LHA people.
And I would be open to that if the Mayor Pro Tem would share with me Colorado Revised Statute and point to me where that says, and we'll chit-chat. But for now, there's a motion to appoint Todd Wilderman. Is there a second? All right, let's vote. All right, that passes 5-2 with Councilmember Rodriguez and Mayor Pro Tem against. Let's move on to, we're 5 till. Do we want to have a motion to extend the meeting? Dr. Waters?
Since I get to pick this next item, let me start by moving that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Second. All right, let's go ahead and vote. Nope, we're going to go till we're done. No, we're going to take a break. That passes 6-1 with, no, actually, if anybody wants to take a comfort break, Robert's Rules says we take one. So Councilmember Finley is the only one against, but it passes 6-1. All right, let's move on to item K, authorize the mayor to designate the Longmont Economic Development Partnership as the recipient of the 2019 Platte River Power Authority Economic Development Funds. But before we actually turn the time over to Dr. Waters for why he pulled it, we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. All right, let's go ahead and get going again. It'll be a late night. All right, let's go ahead. Dr. Waters, why don't you talk to us about why you pulled the Longmont Economic Development Partnership receiving the 2019 Platte River Power Authority Economic Development Funds. Time is yours.
I'm going to make an editorial comment before I do this. In fact, all this is going to be editorial, but my first comment is not about the item. I appreciate the concerns of the hour and how much time we've spent on items. But I also want to say we didn't build the agenda for tonight. We met last Tuesday. We didn't have a public meeting because we didn't have enough items to put on agenda. We met in a study session not long before that, and we didn't have but an item or two. So we had a light agendas, and then it loads up like this. It didn't take but a second to look at this agenda and say we're going to be here till 1 in the morning. I mean, there's no question about that because you know what's on this when you know the items and the interest that people have. So I didn't build the agenda, but I'm going to spend as much time on this agenda with the items that I think I need to spend. So my editorial comment. Here's the other editorial comment. And it's mostly questions, I guess, before I get to a comment. Who can answer the question? Jessica, maybe. How many investors? We are considered an investor, I think, in LADP. Is that right? LADP used to have members, now they have investors.
They have both.
Which are we?
We are, I don't know how you classify us, but we also have a contractual relationship for certain activities. So we're both, I would say. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley and Councilman Waters. Jessica Erickson, President and CEO of the Longmont Economic Development Partnership. We have public sector partners, some of whom we have contracts for services with, including the City of Longmont, Boulder County, and the State of Colorado for administration of the enterprise zone. And then we have private sector investors, and we have about 120 of those currently.
So we're considered a partner as opposed to an investor.
Mm-hmm.
In the partner class, where do we rank in terms of investing in LADP?
The City of Longmont is the largest individual funding source for the Longmont Economic Development Partnership, the contract that we have with the City of Longmont.
So in the 120 investors, how does our investment rank compared to the rest of your investors?
From a private sector perspective, it's 20 times the largest private sector investment.
So we're a substantial partner and a substantial investor.
Yes.
How does your approach to the other partners and the other investors vary from your approach to working with us as a partner and investor? You approach us all the same way?
No, we don't approach you all the same way. We serve in the interest of economic development for the City of Longmont. And so we put the interests of the City of Longmont and the contractual obligations that we have to the City of Longmont ahead of anything else.
So as your biggest investor, you are charged then by your board to give us advice on how we're managing the city? And I'm wondering, mm-hmm. for your other public sector investors, do you do the same thing?
We are
public sector partners.
So forgive me if I'm not answering your question, if I don't fully
I'll
understand
come back to it if you don't.
Your question. So we are, actually the city is charged by the contract that we have with the City of Longmont to seek our input and feedback on certain issues relative to the land development code and a variety of other things.
On policy, I get that.
Right, correct.
When we're managing personnel and timelines and workflow, do you provide the same advice to other public sector partners?
Other public sector partners?
Yeah. And I'm going to ask for an example or two if you say yes.
When asked, we do.
When have we asked for your advice on personnel, workflow, and timelines?
Not that I recall. I don't recall.
I don't recall either. So I'm wondering why we get treated as your biggest partner and investor. Why do we get treated with the same respect as your other public sector partners or your private sector investors?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
In May, we were talking, this group was talking about management of personnel, management of workflow to meet deadlines that we believe are in the interest of the city. So we all have an interest of the city. Uninvited, we got a lot of advice from LEDP or from you or the board. And we do it here on Tuesday nights. Wasn't over coffee. It wasn't the way I'm guessing if you advice for your other public sector partners or your private sector investors, you would choose a different way to communicate that advice. And I'm wondering why we get treated differently.
So our intent was not to provide input on workflow or personnel. I don't think that our private sector investors fully understood, though we attempted to explain it on multiple occasions, that that was the intent of the suggested delay in accepting development applications. Unfortunately, 2 days following that suggestion, during a city council meeting, there was a front page headline that said development moratorium. From that point, over the next 2 weeks, both from our private sector investors, board members, as well as other private developers and investors within the community, we were inundated with examples of how just that suggestion, and in particular that headline being in the newspaper, had impacted investment, had delayed development. And so the intent, when a couple of the board members, of private sector board members of the Longmont EDP came and provided public comment, was to inform city council that that was what we were hearing from the private sector.
We don't write headlines, right?
Correct.
And we didn't talk about moratoriums. The paper did. But
okay.
When we're in the middle of that conversation, there's all kinds of ways for your membership or your board or you as the executive director, if you think we need your advice, there's all kinds of ways to do that. You choose to do it here on Tuesday nights, which is okay, but we weren't making policy, right? If we're making policy, it's one thing. We're trying to figure out how to manage our staff. And you decide, and your board decides, that we need your advice. Now, I get that. You might make that. I'm just wondering why we get your advice and your other private or your other public sector partners don't, or your other private sector investors don't, since we're your biggest partner and your biggest investor.
So I would say a couple things. One, that we don't have a contract with our other public partners that says that we are asked to provide advice. And then second, I would reiterate that there was not an understanding on the part of our private investors or our board of directors that this was a personnel issue, but rather that it was a suggestion in a public meeting that there would be some kind of delay, whether you call it moratorium or delay or timeout, in the acceptance of development applications. And there was impact related to that from not just the headline in the newspaper, but just the suggestion of that during a public meeting. I will also say that the city of Longmont, as part of the contract that we have with you, unlike any other public contract that we have, or unlike with any other private investor that we have, has 2 guaranteed voting seats on our board of directors. Currently, City Manager Harold Dominguez and Deputy City Manager Dale Rademacher sit in that capacity. You also have 2 non-voting representatives, representative of City Council, that are on our board of directors. I believe, although they recuse themselves from voting on any position, both City Manager Harold Dominguez as well as Mr. Rademacher and Councilwoman Finley, who represents you on our board of directors, were present during those discussions. I have to apologize. I'm pregnant and I'm like over it.
Oh, time out! Point of order!
I'm not to influence, but that's why I'm like out of breath and can't like. This is I'm extended beyond my. I'm learning that I'm extended
cool
beyond
and all.
my.
What do you do?
Thanks. March.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
So, I'm not. Yeah. I just want to. That's why I'm a little the way I am. So
congratulations.
Apologies.
That's awesome.
Thanks.
Well, in a
Who cares
moment,
about money? Yeah.
Sorry.
In a moment, I'll move that we approve the award of this grant. There hasn't been an opportunity since May 28th and tonight to have this conversation. this was an opportunity to have it.
Absolutely.
So I'm speaking obviously just for me. There's all kinds of ways to share advice if you think we need it. The fact that we have a contract, maybe you conclude that we need it in public every time. And if that's the case, I'll choose Tuesday night in public to give advice that I think LEDP needs and surprise you with that, if that's the way we're going to do this. If there are other ways to do it, when it's not policy, right? When it's workflow, timelines. What I heard a lot from you and others is your members need certainty. This is we're the biggest employer, I think, and this is the biggest operation in town. And if your members think we don't need certainty, then they don't understand the complexity of this business, because we need it as much as they do, and deadlines and staffing and workflows are as important to us as they are to your other private sector partners and your members. So I'll move approval of item 8K.
If I may, I do appreciate that feedback, and I understand where you're coming from, and I'll certainly bring that back to my board of directors, and we'll consider how to approach a similar situation differently in the future. I think we have proven with situations like policy issues like inclusionary housing, conversations that we're having with staff right now around the sustainability evaluation system, that on both sides of the coin, when that conversation starts and we're engaged in that conversation early on, that we've pretty effectively been able to get some things done, and that would be our hope to continue that in the future. And so that's why I say I'll bring that back to my board of directors to ensure that we can maintain that relationship going forward.
One of the conversations we've had in the last year was to be clear on the difference between policy and operations. And we've said to the city manager that we all need to be clear, because within the city, if the staff isn't clear on the difference, then we're going to have we're going to get crosswise seriously on occasion. It seems to me that that's a conversation that we need to get clear on as well with our partners, right?
Absolutely.
So it's not that we don't want it. We're a public body. We're going to meet on Tuesday nights. How we do it, I'll just follow your lead on it.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll move item 8K.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. That does it for the consent agenda. A lot of consent tonight, a lot of consent. All right, let's move on to general business. Whoever's going to be presenting the proposed 2020 operating budget and the 2020.
I want to move the budget to the end and let these other two go.
All right, cool. Well, let's do water system development fee updates.
Good evening, Mayor. Is this on? Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of council. I'm Becky Doyle, PW&R rate analyst, and apparently not able to operate a microphone. Really quickly tonight, another piece of our water rate study that we're doing is that we have a couple of items that we need to update you on with regards to system development fees. We are not doing a comprehensive look at system development fees this year because we do have adopted fees for 2020. We are going to look at fees on an overall basis, including water and electric system development fees in 2020 for adoption for future years. So just a reminder, one of the things that we're looking at as part of this rate study is pulling out duplexes as a separate rate class. And the other part of that, the peanut butter to our rate jelly, is that we also need to pull that out as a separate fee class. So this is a look at what all of our water-related system development fees are for single-family homes, which is where duplexes have been classified previously. And if you'll remember, we did find through an analysis that the indoor use component for duplexes is twice as high as what we see with single-family homes. So similarly, the indoor component of system development fees needs to reflect that additional capacity that's needed to serve the indoor use for duplexes. And so what we see, and this reflects that doubling in that indoor component. The outdoor component is unchanged. It's the same on the basis of the square footage of the lot. And then also the wastewater fee is based on that indoor use and also at twice as high. So in the end, what we have is that under a single family system development fee, we're at $12,500 for these water related fees. Bringing that into the duplex usage characteristics is an increase of just over $9,000. So put a pin in that. Let's move on to another issue and come back to this at the end. So another thing that we had wanted to look at as part of this study was a request from the Workforce Housing Solutions Committee to consider charging that indoor component of the system development fee for single-family homes on the size of the home that was built. So we did some analysis around that, and the first piece of that was to look at, you know, what does it look like when there is a relationship between one variable and another. And so this graph is showing lot size and total water consumption. And as you can see, there's a strong positive correlation, but there's not a lot of clustering around that line. So there are clearly some other things going on that are impacting water consumption. And when we take a look at a linear regression analysis, we can also see that while this is a significant variable, that lot area on total water consumption, it's only explaining in the R-square value there about 15% of total variation. So it's a good related variable, but it's not, you know, the whole story.
I guess I'd ask that, considering this is a topic that I learned in my second year of graduate school in economics, I was wondering if we might get it in simpler terms.
Sure.
Regression analysis at 11:30? I mean,
right.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. But
so in simple terms, we can see that lot area is related to total water consumption. Full stop. Don't need to know why. Okay. Similar graph looking at indoor square footage. So this is just the square footage of a home, and indoor water consumption. Doesn't look so related. And then the regression analysis results show that, in fact, it's not significant. It's not explaining very much of the variation in that indoor water use. So unfortunately, we don't find a basis in the data to use that as the basis for our single-family system development fees. Now I need some direction on you, or from you, on that duplex rate and fee issue, and whether we should bring forward the duplex rates and fees for adoption or cease to consider that as a rate class.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Once again, I looked over the Workforce Housing Solutions Committee, which was composed entirely of construction companies, mortgage companies, banks, developers and builders. And and many of the conclusions from that were very, very flawed. I'm not sure that anybody asked them to do this, or whether there was a reason that they chose to spend money on it. I hope it wasn't our money. But that's what this came from. In going through these 4 options for classifying duplexes, I still think we should leave them remain classified as a single family. It seems obvious to me that, of course, there's going to be, in the winter, which is the time when we use much less water, 2 units are going to provide about twice as much as 1 unit. So not really a basis for any difference. And in the summer, there's only a very marginal difference between indoor and outdoor, between 1 and 2 units, which is explained by the fact that they're 2 units. So I would prefer to have them remain classified as single family. If we classify them as multifamily, as you say here, The requirement for multifamily development to install a separate irrigation meter would be cost prohibitive. So that seems to get rid of that option, number 2. Number 3, the one-time cost would be approximately $9,210 per unit, and the annual savings on bills would be approximately $8. It's unlikely that the bill savings would ever repay the upfront investment required for this solution. That's number 3. So that's not a good, I mean, I appreciate that you have explored all this and laid it out. Number 4, create a new rate and class fee for duplexes. It doesn't explain how we would do this or what the benefit would actually be. The wastewater system fee development fee would be significantly higher, and there would be a disincentive for building duplexes, which we want to incentivize. They're called, in the thing we were just looking at a while ago, they're called paired housing now. It's still the same thing as a duplex, essentially. They're a little fancier, but it's a more modern term for a duplex, according to when I looked it up. So, given that the 4 options that you've given us, only one seems to be logical, which would be to keep them remaining classified as a single-family dwelling. I would move that we keep duplexes classified as single-family. Do I have a second? Okay.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. When I looked at this, all I could think of was we brought this up because we had constituents who lived in duplexes whose rates were higher because 2 families' water was being added together. This is an example of government gone awry. Our solution is to charge the developer $9,000 more rather than help the people that really were being charged too much money for their water. That just seems ludicrous to me, even more so at this time of night. So I'll be voting for this.
Councilmember Martin.
So I also have a constituent who lives in a duplex and fights with his neighbor, house neighbor, all the time. And his contention is that his neighbor is profligate in his use of indoor water because he knows that my constituent here, well, they're both my constituents, but you get it. You know, he knows that the other side of the duplex is going to be, he's only paying half of the extra water he uses because the other guy gets stuck with it. And you just mentioned that you had considered dual outdoor meters. That's not what you said? Can you repeat? Dual indoor meters, correct? Submetering?
I mean, Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, homeowners are always free to install aftermarket submeters if they are interested in where water is going within the structure. But as a means of providing affordable solutions, we only require that 1 meter is installed for a duplex.
Okay.
Anyone can choose to install 2 services in paired housing. And most do not.
And how do people get billed? Do they get
there
billed
is a
half and
single
half?
bill.
There's a single bill, and they have to work it out.
Yes, and the creation of a duplex rate and fee class would not change the fact that there is a single bill for the 2 units. Only installing separate meters could do that, and that would, again, require additional upfront cost in the form of development fees.
Yeah, we don't really want to do that. Okay, so they can just they can just work it out because they don't have a good solution that we can. Yeah. Okay, I'm satisfied.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This is one of those problems that's just sort of life, you know. I've lived in apartment houses. There's noise. We were just talking about barking dogs. You know, anytime you live anywhere close to people, somebody's going to be annoyed, and things are going to be unfair. I lived in a duplex in Denver, and there was a couple with their 3 kids next door. I don't know. I'm sure that they used 5 times the water I did, but I knew that when I moved in. I could have moved somewhere else. It's just, if you're constantly thinking about how unfair life is to you and how somebody else is getting away with something, you're going to be a very unhappy person. I mean, duplexes are a very efficient way to do things because they have one set of pipes, one set of everything. And they're more cost effective for the developer and the builder. We don't want to disincentivize things. And people do know when they get into an apartment or a duplex or any situation like that, that they are going to have to deal with all the other people, and that's just life.
Is it not, I guess I imagined, isn't it possible just to have an ordinance that says that anybody living in a duplex can put in an aftermarket second meter? And then if that happens, the bill gets divided in 2?
Mayor Bagley, we would not, that wouldn't be part of our infrastructure. And so
it would be separate.
We would not bill on the basis of someone else's meter.
Got it. Understood. Okay. So the current motion on the floor is to keep it the way it is. All right. Let's vote. All right. That passes unanimously. But we do appreciate your regression analysis and the work you put into this. Because doing nothing is oftentimes an awesome solution. So thank you. All right. Let's go on to electric rate study.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Bagley, members of council. My name is Brian McGill, Utility Rate Analyst with Longmont Power and Communications. And we're here tonight to present the allocation options associated with the AMI and CIS initiatives. And we were directed to do so back on the August 6th council meeting. So this is just a continuation of the electric and water rate studies that we started back in April. And yeah, so we're here tonight to get council direction on which allocation method to use so that way we can finalize the cost of service analysis and get a final revenue requirement allocation for the different customer classes so that way we can develop rate alternatives to bring back in September. So the agenda for tonight's presentation is to just go over the 2 different allocation options and then talk about potential bill impacts, and then also to briefly touch on some bill assistance programs that we're currently offering, and then to get that final direction from council. So the 2 different cost allocation methods that we're going to present tonight are option A, based upon revenue requirement per customer class, and then option B is based upon total energy used by customer class. So now we'll just go over some charts that are in the council communication. On the chart you will see a 3rd allocation, and that's based on number of meters, and that's what was included in the original cost of service analysis that we presented. We're not asking for any direction on that. It's just for comparison purposes only. So this first chart shows just the allocation percentages broken down by customer class. And so you can see there's a difference between option A and option B for the residential class, as well as the commercial demand and the commercial coincident demand, the industrial class. And just to add some context to the customer classes, the residential class does have about 38,000 customers. The commercial energy, which is our small commercial class, has approximately 2,400 customers. Commercial demand has 400 customers, and our CCD, the industrial class, has 11 customers. So this next chart shows the revenue requirement adjustments needed, and these are annual adjustments, so that means they would be both in 2020 and in 2021. You can see the green line is the overall increase that's needed, and that's the 5.9% that we presented last time, and that does include funding the AMI at the $2.5 million per year level. And then so again, you can see the different, how that affects the different customer classes for the two different options, revenue and energy use. So then we'll just get into some potential bill impacts. And so this information that's on the screen is based upon the January 2019 Colorado Association of Municipal Utilities rate survey. And so you can see the green bar is where we're at currently, which is the second lowest residential rates in the state of Colorado. And I think there's a orange line and a blue line, and those represent option A and B. And what this chart is showing, that if no other utilities in the state had increases in 2020, then that would put us at fourth lowest residential rates next year. So then this next chart shows the 2-year residential bill impact for the two different alternatives, and it shows the dollar amount of those increases over the 2-year time frame on a monthly basis. And so with the revenue option, we'd be going up just a little over $9 over the 2 years. And then for the energy use option, we'd be going up like $8.50. So then some of the bill assistance programs that we currently offer, the first one is Longmont Cares, and this is really it's rebates. And so there is an electric bill rate rebate for income qualified residential customers. And then there's also a life support discount for income qualified residential customers who are dependent upon life support equipment that runs off electricity. And that is a 20% discount on the first 750 kilowatt hours used every month. And then the second bill assistance program is Colorado Affordable Residential Energy Program. And this is a really neat program that we've just recently started to participate in, and it's a partnership with Energy Outreach Colorado, Boulder County, Xcel Energy, and LPC. And what this program does is it actually offers free energy audits for income qualified families, and then based upon those audits, participants can get free energy efficiency upgrades such as insulation, programmable thermostats, LED light bulbs, low flow shower heads, and items like that. And so that's really the presentation, and so now we're just asking for council direction on which of those allocation options to use going forward in our cost of service analysis and then built into the rate alternatives.
Cool. Councilmember Martin?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. Can you go back to the slide where you had the 2-year increases, please? Yeah, that one. Okay. So this is the average residential bill that we're looking at. So an average resident, an average household, their bill from 2019 to 2020 is going to go up about $4.30. What's the median income again? So what I'm trying to get to is that whose bill is this that's going to go up $4.20, 30 cents?
Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of City. Oh, sorry. Good evening, Mayor Bagley and members of City Council. I'm Dave Hornbacher. Thank you. The Director of Electric Services here. And to your question, the 700 kilowatt hours per month is the average amount that the customer uses here in the city of Longmont system, as well as that's the average used on that other chart we showed. And so it's not income-based, it's consumption-based.
Sure. But that doesn't go very far in terms of telling us how much of a burden that $4 a month is going to be, because we have, based on income, we have a number of residents, low-income residents, where $4 a month is the difference between, you know, having lunch on the last day of the month or not. So that's what I'm trying to ask is what analysis have we done as to, you know, who's going to be impacted by this? And I agree completely that what we need to do is beef up our subsidy programs to make sure that you know, nobody becomes food insecure because of $5 a month. But somebody will, and then we're going to have to go in and fix it. So I was just wondering, you know, what more do we know about, you know, who's impacted? I mean, do we have low income? Do we know whether we have low income residents? And I see that Harold is making a face, which means that we don't know.
Yeah, we don't have that in the data set in terms of the customers and what their income level really is.
So we can't match that up. So that means that people have to apply for assistance for us to find out about them.
Correct.
So how many people have applied so far? I mean, how many people getting that assistance are there this year?
Mayor Bagley, Councilmember Martin, right now we have about 75 people. We're getting ready to do our second push of advertising. And we're going to meet up next week just to make sure that all the wheels are turning appropriately.
Yeah, okay, because I'm pretty sure that there's more than 75 people who are entitled to this.
We think so too, but that is more than we had last year already.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's part of the PR we're going to have to continue doing as we move forward.
And part of including it in tonight's presentation was to bring that awareness, not just at the council table, but to everyone that might be viewing this or pick up that story tomorrow.
And is this the program that is donor funded? Which is the one that's donor funded?
So Sharing the Next Light has a donor component. It is seeded by the general fund and then leveraged with money from donors that's worked in partnership with the community
Yeah, but don't
foundation.
we have another one that's for electricity?
Oh,
COPE.
you're talking about COPE. Yes,
COPE.
that one is, that's donor based on electric bills. They're able to donate as part of their utility bill.
Right, yeah. And how many people on receiving benefits out of COPE do we have? Or is that people who can't pay their bills 1 month, they get an allocation out of COPE, or how does that work?
I believe that comes from Boulder County data, and they've been working with, nope, here comes Becky. She's going to help me tell you the actual answer to that question.
Okay.
Hello. COPE is administered by the R Center, so we do not have that information. And it's a crisis-based. So
It's crisis-based.
Yes.
So it really is, my kid left the lights on all night because he started having bad dreams, and now I can't pay my electric bill this month. Yeah, okay. It's fine.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just to extend Councilwoman Martin's discussion a little bit. I can't remember what I was going to say. Have we thought of two things? One is, first of all, is this a rebate program, the CARES program? Or is that, yes, it's a rebate program, isn't it?
Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, yes.
And that's the only thing we can do, I think, right?
Well, we rebate it on their utility bill, but you may remember this year it also has a grocery sales tax rebate also. So there's not only electric and water, but also grocery rebate. And if they have property
that was
tax.
a wonderful idea, I think, that I think you were part of. But Okay, so the problem with rebates is that most people don't want to get a rebate. They can't afford it in the first place. They don't really believe they're going to get much of a rebate, so they don't bother. But have we also thought in terms of a mechanism for funding it, even though it's maybe only a little bit, but some places like Credo, for instance, which is a phone company, ask you if you want to round up at your bill, and then that goes to a fund to fund some various things. Have we thought about doing that? We've got 95,000 people and about 40,000 households, I think. If we got, 50 cents from each one of them, that would be something every month.
The roundup option is one of the options for donating to COPE, as well as a $1 and $5 monthly level, maybe 10, I don't know. And we also have a roundup program where folks can donate to Sharing the Next Light. We just launched. Very new.
So I don't see that on my bill. Maybe I'm just not looking.
Mayor Bagley, Mayor Pro Tem Christensen, the Sharing the Next Light roundup just started 2 weeks ago, so you should have received an email from Nextlight saying that you have an opportunity to round it up to a $1, $2, up to $5. Well, you can choose how much you'd like to donate as part of it. I know I called in today and added it to my bill. And then the COPE piece, we do advertise that. I think once a year we certainly could do some more of that, where people are able to round up and help others in need.
Maybe we could put some flyers out there.
Absolutely.
I think we need a whole flyer table. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. I need to make certain I'm clear on the relationship between slide 8 of 11 and 6 of 11. So I see what the revenue adjustments would be if we used either of these two models or two approaches, right? So if I just take the residential, if we use meters, then we're looking at, is that 9.7%? I know we blocked that out or grade that out. That would be 9.7% over that 2-year period of time?
Each year.
So when I look at the 6.6 and the 6.4, while that shows different classes or types, I guess. What's the right language? Classes? Energy use versus revenue. So on the residential side, I can translate that 6.8 or the 6.4 into the $4 and then the $9 or $5 year over year, right? Those two bumps represent 6.6 and 6.9 and 6.6 of the 65 or of the 69. Is that the way to look at this? All right. Thanks. Well, I just say all the questions you've been asking, Councilmember Martin, about that $4 over 2 years, we're talking about $10 or close to it. Yeah. It's significant. And just for the sake, I know you guys have done a terrific job of walking us through this throughout the year. But it would be good to keep bringing, and you do in the council communications, all the presentations are there, so we get to see it. But for the purposes of the public, it would be good to keep bringing forward the reasons for this. Why are we talking about these kinds of basically 13% increases over the next 2 years? What's it paying for? Even though we're still fourth lowest in the state, which is an important data point, right, or status. Keep telling the story, even tonight, the story of what are residents buying for that 13% increase over the next 2 years, regardless of which of these models we're going to use.
Nobody's in the queue, so my question is slide 5 of 11. So in a nutshell, again, it's late, so I apologize, but and incidentally, I don't care, again, as always, I don't care about the time commitment, I just don't like it when my brain's tired. When we're looking at, so when it says meters, that's overall based on the number of, so 88% of our total but that's not energy usage. That's just number of total meters. Correct. So residential, when we say revenue, right, what does that mean? I know what the word revenue means. But what I'm saying is, energy use is easy for me to comprehend. You go out to the meter and you check, how much energy did I use? Whether I'm a company or a residential or whatever, I get that. But when you say option A is revenue, what does that mean?
Yeah, so Mayor Bagley, that just means that we collect 47% of our total sales revenue from the residential customer class.
Okay, so my question is, because I'm caught in a circular loop then, right? So my question is, if it's 47% of the total revenues are collected from residential, then when it says that we're going to allocate cost based on total revenues, I guess what I'm saying is, what does that mean?
47% of the cost of those two programs would be allocated to the residential customer class instead of 88%, which is what the meter allocation method was. So what we're saying is that 47% of all the revenues going into the utility are generated by the residential customer class.
So in other words, okay, so in other words,
that is in the allocation for these additional costs of both the CIS and the AMI program.
So if 47% of the revenues generated are residential, we're just going to assume that the costs of both of these are then going to be passed along at that same percentage.
Correct.
Versus energy use, which is actually how much energy they are consuming, right? I actually move that we go with option B, energy use. A, it seems more fair. B, it also impacts the residential folks, the voters, the least. And so, all right, that's a motion. Yeah, let's go ahead and vote. All right, that passes unanimously. All right, let's go on to general business. A, presentation of the proposed 2020 operating budget.
Mayor, Council, we are presenting you with a budget tonight. Are we giving them anything, or is it via email? Teresa? So we have dropped the budget in your bucket. This is the night that we're required by charter to present this to you. This is going to be a general overview. This is not going to be a in-depth presentation. This is just to cover the highlights in terms of what we're seeing in the budget. We obviously have a number of conversations over the next month going into each one of these pieces. So if you look at this, we're required. We have a balanced budget with no tax increase. The total operating, including all funds, is approximately $353 million. It is $9.99 million less than it was the previous year, which is about a 2.75% decrease. All of our funds are balanced with sources of revenue to meet all of the projected expenses. We did not include utility rate increases in this budget because you all have not acted on those, and we didn't want to be presumptuous. Based on where we are with the conversation, as we're moving through that piece, that will obviously be incorporated into the final budget, depending on the direction the council gives us in that process. We're going to use approximately $23.16 million in accumulated fund balances that we're going to draw down in 2020. In this budget, we have a 1.65% increase in pay ranges. That's determined by the evaluation that our HR department does. We also, based on the numbers we were seeing, council has indicated that salary for our employees, our staff members, is important, and you set a goal to hit 102% of market. We're only able to push that to 101% of market, which is a 2.65% increase to the market pay. Want to show you this really quickly. As council knows, and we've been talking about it, and you all set some budget priorities. You did that based on your council goals that you set forward. I'm not going to go over this, but I wanted to do this for the public to say, in terms of people, this is one section that we looked at. When we went through this, in terms of the investment in early childhood education, we were looking at $50,000 in ongoing funding and $150,000 for one time. The reason why I elected to do this is we still don't understand what the full scope is, and we thought this was a good way to seed it and get started in that process. You can see an additional, or $12,500 for sharing the next light, which you all talked about. The $25,000 for the funding of the 529 jump programs. And then we have the other section that council talked about, which is an increase to the funding for health and human service needs that you all wanted us to look at. This is not a full increase. This is a partial increase. What we wanted to do is get to the 3% goal in 3 years. We thought that was more manageable for us. Again, one-time funding for mental health support. And you can see these other two components. The 175, that's actually the data project that we've been talking about, where we can aggregate our data sources and actually communicate with each other in terms of providing services to the individuals in our human service world where we're not connecting. And this is hopefully will bring more efficiency and more information to the table so we can really deal with people at a different level. That's one-time funding, and that is the work that we're doing in conjunction with the University of Colorado School of Health and our other partners. When we talk about places, again, not going to go over this. Based on where we are with the First and Main Transit Station in our conversation with RTD, we were looking at about $2 million in one-time funding. We have a $4 million in change requirement. This will take us actually to $3.2 million for that project. Based on the work that we've added with Prairie Dogs and the sustainability SES system, we did add an environmental sustainability planner. And then you can see the dollar amounts for the ICC code sustainability updates and the sustainability summit. We also put in $150,000 based on the conversation with council for STEAM and the River Corridor project in order to keep moving that forward. And then $50,000 of one-time resources for Front Range Community College and the capital campaign that you all talked about in that piece. And so we were, again, trying to move things. You'll also see $1 million for the implementation of quiet zones. If council will remember, we did $1 million this year or next year, and then $1 million in the following year. And then we put one-time dollars for $25,000 for the program evaluation consultation that council talked about. That's a number that once we get a better sense of what the ongoing cost is going to be, we will be able to look at that in terms of ongoing budgeted revenues. We think, based on the conversation that we had with you all and the list that you all gave us as a council, that we hit most of those points. We will obviously go over this in more detail. Be happy to answer any questions. If not, I know I've already had budget questions coming, and we'll be setting up meetings with you all individually if you have those, so we can work you through some of those components.
All right, Dr. Waters.
Thanks, Mayor Bagley. So on the first slide, the proposed budget, I just need to get this clear in my head as we're going forward, having done it once before.
Right.
A year ago at this time, I think, that second bullet on the second slide, the total operating includes all funds of the $353.24 million. Was the corresponding number a year ago the $348 million that we saw on September 25th?
Mayor Bagley, members of council, I'm Jim Golden, Chief Financial Officer. I'll be honest with you, we're not prepared to answer questions tonight, but we can add $10 million to the 353.24, and that's what last year's budget amount was.
Wait, so that's where we ended up on October 23rd.
Right.
Was the 363.
Correct.
But where we started, when we saw the budget book on September 25th last year, on page 19, the number was 348 plus, right? 348 million plus.
Okay.
It grew to the 363 million by October 23rd because of 14 million of projects that would be funded out of, funded out of, or covered out of fund balance. So the budget we approved was the 363, but we started with 348. So I just need to be clear in terms of this shows a 2.75% decrease. That's from the 363. It would be a 1.4% increase if it's compared to the 348.
So, so I understand what we're comparing against.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, we're comparing the 2.75% decrease is to the adopted budget. So I'll take your word for the calculation for
Well, so the-
what
okay.
was the
But the
proposed budget, but I don't have that with me.
So I can guarantee you, because I've gone through this backwards and forwards in the last few days, just trying to understand how to make sense of the numbers. Because ultimately, then does the 23, if I go to the next slide, the 23 million of expense that we'll cover in current fund balance will take the budget we adopt up to 353 plus 23.
That's
I
correct.
assume. So we'll eventually adopt a budget of 376 million, which will be substantially above the 363 we approved a year ago.
Well, excuse me. I don't know how you got to 376. The 353 is inclusive of the fund balance.
So that fund balance is included.
That's
so
correct.
we have projects that are going to be on the expense side that don't show on the revenue side, and we're going to cover those with.
We're using fund balance on the revenue side.
Yeah.
So I think I can try to answer that. So in some of the numbers, there was a 348, which was the revised revenue.
That was the revenue, yeah.
And then there's a proposed expenditure in that number of 362,
Right.
794.
But
And
we didn't
that
see
was-
that number until October, I don't think, until October 23rd. I've gone back and looked at all those materials trying to make sense of it for myself. So I can compare year over year.
Right.
What's the starting point? You know, what am I comparing in terms of this time a year ago to, and where we'll be at the end by the 1st of November? Because we have to prove the final budget, right, by the 1st of November?
Well, technically, we have later time than that if necessary, but we tried to do it in the regular meetings in October.
So kind of a related question to this, of the $170 million that we've appropriated this year in carryover or new revenues, and I don't know what that split is, most of it carryover, I think, as opposed to, which has gotten us to the $538 million budget. Of just off I know you don't know the number until you close out all the accounts and we get after the end of the year, you get your audit. But is that 170 million, is that a number that's typical? Should we expect that next year we would see 170 million or something like that? We've got 40 million in CDBG, you've got the Windy Gap money. I mean, those are big pots of money that will show up, that showed up this year, and they'll show up next year, I assume, as carryover.
Mayor Bagley, members of council, that's correct. We also have the bond issue that we did this year, which we're going to be spending over 4 years. So yes, there's always projects that span more than 1 year, and we always do have to carry that over to continue those projects in the subsequent years.
To also answer your question, what you'll see in the CDBG with the 40 million is that's going to continue to be going down.
Yeah.
Because that's for the broader Boulder County Collaborative, and we also have time limits on those funds, and so you'll see it. It shouldn't be as large in that, based on the time requirements that we have from HUD.
They should all go down,
Yeah.
but if also the election passes in November, we'll come back to you with a budget for over $45 million there. So.
All right, so I'm just trying to know when I'm seeing a budget or percentages of decrease or increase, comparing that to a year ago. And I'll follow up because I still don't quite understand
Yeah, I think
how we got to these.
My computer died, and I had some charts that we've been talking about, and I can't pull them up.
So can I ask a couple of other questions? Is it fair to assume as we go forward and we see proposals for increases, even though we see that 2.75 decrease, we're going to see, I'm guessing, more than that by the time we're finished, but will those presentations be led with objectives? We get a chance to see if we're going to spend more someplace, here's what we intend to accomplish.
Yeah, we have asked staff to fill out some information to answer most of those questions. What I could say in the majority of positions that we funded this year, it is really to fill needs that exist, and so we can just keep pace with the current workload. So that'll be part of the presentation. What you didn't see in here, for example, is there is a position in senior services, and that was based on a conversation that I heard in terms of available spots to deal with people looking for assistance, and we just didn't have capacity. And so I really think that the majority of those, it's based on that. In public safety, it would be based on a component of what we said we would do on those positions over time with the public safety sales tax.
Kind of related to this. Last year when and I know we're moving in a direction with quiet zones, which I appreciate. And we'll have more options depending on the outcome of the bond question. When we talked about, and maybe Dale knows this, I don't know, I don't expect Jim to know this. When we talked about quiet zones last year and we had budgeted $30,000 and the council said we need more and we squeezed another $300,000 out, went into for design and engineering studies. I don't remember the date. I could have gone back and looked at tape, but that's not how I was going to spend my week. But the night we had that conversation, at this time a year ago, the revenue budget showed $21 million in street funds available.
Correct.
The expenditure budget in the 363 shows $25 million. So there was a $4 million difference. One revenues, the other expenses. When we spoke about, or we reviewed what we were doing with quiet zones, what were we looking at, the $25 million worth of projects or $21 million of projects covered by revenues?
Mayor Bagley and Councilmember Waters, here's how I look at it. The revenue estimate there is simply that. It is the revenues that are anticipated to come in from the street and sales tax. The budget expenditure of $25 million, that did include the additional $300,000 because we had that discussion early enough that we were able to include that into the original budget coming out in September. So the only change to the street fund from the original budget submitted to this October was about $216 that were added to it.
So
but it was drawing down on fund reserves almost $4 million.
And I see, and we're ending up the year with very little operating capital.
About $373,000 we're projecting.
But with the projects we were looking at that time, from which we were going to allocate funds, was a list of $25 million of the expenses for those projects.
Correct.
All right. Can I ask a couple more questions? I know it's late. I'll just stay afterwards if everybody wants to go.
I guess, I mean, honestly, we can keep going, but I mean, in general, I mean, what I was thinking about earlier, this was not just pointed at you. The council rules say that if we have questions about these kind of things, we should talk to staff beforehand, because you might have questions that we don't have, and usually I'd say, let's just keep going, but I'll
do that.
Pretty late.
I didn't get this until a few minutes ago. I had no enclosure.
That is true.
I've been asking questions all week, trying to get a handle on this.
And in all fairness, you've been asking for the last year and a half, or 2 years, and so I knew that I knew it.
So I'll stop. I'm not done with questions. I have questions not just about objectives. I have questions about warranted traffic lights and and a host of other things, and living wage language, et cetera. If I'd had all that stuff ahead of time, we would have had different conversations.
And I'm not chastising you. I'm not even saying to stop, right? I'm just saying that I was just kind of zoning out just because it's late. It has nothing to do with the questions or.
I'll follow anything. It up. But let me just say it now. If we get further into this discussion and our degrees of freedom continue to narrow because we didn't ask questions now, we're going to have a different conversation. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, I wanted on May 14th, I asked that we have an item on the agenda, which the staff dutifully put on the agenda, so we could talk about priorities. I wanted to get some of these questions answered then, what we could anticipate now. We didn't get them answered then. We didn't get an enclosure tonight. We're going to be under the gun. And if we get squeezed on this, I'm just telling you, I'm going to be an unhappy camper, and I'll express that as we go along.
We don't want that. We do not want that.
I'll yield.
But if I recall correctly, every year this conversation is an ongoing conversation between now and November, right? Or end of October?
Correct.
So going back to Dr. Waters' concern, which is he has questions, he wants them addressed, And in all fairness, I would probably be more interested in the answers if it were 8 rather than 1207, right? And it just is what it is. That's not a ding. It is what it is. So my question, going along with Dr. Waters' concerns, making sure he gets the information he wants, and also understanding a lot of this is of interest to the public. What is the next step? What is the next step in the budget process and conversation?
So today, by ordinance, we give you this based on the direction we've had and what we heard from council that you all voted on as a body. We then will start moving through these funds and having those conversations in terms of dealing with some of those issues. For example, the living wage is something that we've looked at. We've done a survey, and that's going to be part of a conversation that we're going to have as we're doing this. This is from a process point. I mean, literally, they were just finishing pulling all of it together today. This is us giving it to you, giving you a chance to start looking at it, and then we're going to be moving through those additional sections in this.
So just as I suggested that Dr. Waters touch base with you offline, I guess I would ask you as city manager, could you make sure that you have what I don't want to have happen is get to a point in the budgetary process where Dr. Waters or myself or any of us are frustrated and feel like we're moving forward in a process that we don't have all the answers to. So could you make sure?
Correct, and we have all of that in the information in terms of what council's directed in those pieces, and that's going to be a guiding principle behind this, and that's where you can see many of the things that we indicated that we're allocating. We really tried to show today that that's included in these other 2 pieces. When you read the budget message, you're going to see more of that included in the process, but that's what we have to go through and have those conversations on.
Okay. Councilmember Peck?
Thank you, Mayor Bagley. I have to say that I was very interested in the questions and the answers, and the problem with the 2 of you getting together is that we don't hear the answers or the questions, and how many people do you want coming to you asking the same exact question?
Right.
Or trying to. So is there a way that we could possibly have even a Friday morning meeting dedicated totally to some of these budget processes?
We could.
And so that we can dedicate the whole hour and a half to doing that. This is very important.
We could definitely do that.
And I think we need to allocate more time to it than we're doing.
And I only brought it up because council rules of procedure.
I agree with you.
I agree with you. These questions are different, right? But in general, we always have different questions, concerns, et cetera, and just want to make sure that everybody gets their questions answered.
So if you want a work session, we need 4, and then what would help is if we get those questions, then what we can do is an FAQ kind of component, and we can use that to guide the budget process as we're continuing to move forward.
And what would the Friday morning, what would it be? What is the purpose of that meeting?
We would go over some of the between the Tuesday and it's up to you all. But
I know. But what I'm asking is, if we're going to have a meeting, I just want to make sure that we all understand what the purpose of the meeting is. Councilmember Peck?
For me, it would be to understand this budget process, just what Councilman Waters was asking. Where did we start and end up last year? Where are we starting and ending up this year? And what is what happened to the differential? And where did we lose it, or where are we gaining it? And how do we move forward in the budget process with everything that's coming to us?
Councilmember Martin?
I think that could we add to the definition of that meeting? Could we do what we maybe didn't do back when we had the first budget outline presentation, which is to submit some questions or priorities in advance so that you are prepared?
Yep.
If you would tell us on the Tuesday preceding that Friday, we give 24 hours to get the questions in, or if you could do it 2 weeks in, however you can schedule it out, give us as much notice as you can to submit questions in advance.
Yeah, and one of the things that I think we're going to have to talk about is the whole point of carryovers and fund balances, because I think that is creating a large part of the confusion. And it is a different budget process, because you don't just take your capital projects in perpetuity. You have to roll them over every year. And so if you have a 5-year capital project, that money's going to be moving over those 5 years, which is adding to that level and that rollover. And so we're going to need to spend some time on that to make sure that, because I know that just in some of the questions is what's popping up too.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think this would be better as a work session or a study session, so it's a really public session, so that people in the town understand as well just exactly what you're saying about capital projects and rollover. And because I think people think, people always think politicians waste our money, and we try, everybody on this board and everybody on staff tries to be very frugal and spend our money wisely and efficiently.
And every year, ironically, I always say that this is the most important function of council. And you'll notice we have not heard one comment from the public during public invited to be heard on the budget, right? And so, and again, my comment wasn't to the importance of questions. It was more to the fact that I just don't have the stamina after, my brain just starts shutting down. So the importance, on the contrary, I wasn't saying that your questions weren't important. I was saying that it's important enough that, so I'm all for a Friday meeting as long as I understand what we're doing at the meeting. And it sounds like what the meeting is, hey, it's late. Let's try again and ask these questions in a setting where it's a Friday morning with donuts and it's 8:30 and we're coming off sleep rather than going into sleep. Dr. Waters?
Yeah, so I have high regard for your observations. I just want you to know. But it is frustrating to me when we have a week with no items, and then we get an agenda. And I get it. There's all kinds of things that show up that cause these things to get these items to get delayed from when they might have come, and they show up in another agenda. Now you get an agenda that is a killer agenda. And this was one of those. There's a lot of big stuff on there. You could have predicted all the things that were going to come off of the consent agenda. So the frustration for me is I appreciate that we're not very good at this hour of the morning. But I don't create the agenda.
On the contrary, you are firing on all cylinders, man.
And one of the, here's what, for whatever it's worth, just a full disclosure, knowing we were going to have the meeting tonight, we were going to talk about budget. I sat down and thought, what do I want to ask? And I sent my questions to Harold, so he knew what, I didn't want to surprise him with any of my questions. But when I did that, it occurred to me that I didn't understand how we got to a $538 million budget. Shame on me. So working backwards from that, the reason I know how much was in the budget book is because I've gone to page 19 in the budget books for the last several years, and on every year on page 19, I can almost cite the paragraph in the pie chart. I can tell you what the number was in 2017, 18, 19. So there's, to try to understand where we started. Where we end up with an actual budget was $14 million more than what we had as a revenue budget, right? So how does that happen? Well, I get carryovers. I've been tutored by Harold and Dale both this week, and I appreciate it because I get how we get a $170 million carryover. It does beg other questions, though. Is that larger or smaller than other years? What are we seeing in fund balances? Of all the things we're paying for that were decided years ago, and now they're paid on a cash basis, are there any of those that we would want to take a step back and go, wait a minute, how does that compare to these other priorities, right? And I don't want to screw up the works, but there's some point in this where when we talked in May about priorities, if I'm mistaken on this, I'll be corrected. I think I heard from Jim that we had about $2 million of discretion going into 2020, right? We could play with $2 million. That's less than, well, and if you take that $2 million compared to 538, you get about 1%, right, or less, 0.5%. of discretion, or in fact, it's about 3%. Even at the 348 or the 363, we have about 0.5%. We are responsible for the management, the oversight, not the management, the oversight of a $538 million budget, and we have discretion over none of it. I mean, there's something about that just seems odd. Now, I say that they factored from the Front Range grant to, there's a bunch of stuff in this that the staff listened and they've factored into this. So in fairness, they've listened well and done a good job with that. But as I went through that process, trying to get my own self straight about I was an observer last year. Decided I'm going to be a participant this year, right? The only way to be a participant is to have learned something, right? But I did start querying some of my council colleagues, including the mayor, to see if I could get some guidance. And I found out I wasn't the only one who couldn't answer a whole bunch of questions. What I did say is I think there's a gestalt on this that I know I could benefit from. So if it's a Friday morning meeting or, a Tuesday night work session, I want to be able to answer questions, at least high-level questions, that I could get from the public that I've fortunately not been asked. But I'll be prepared if I'm asked them, and I shouldn't have to work as hard to be able to answer them as I've had to work the last 10 days.
Councilmember Peck?
Thank you. Actually, maybe we could just redo the agendas when we have the budget to put that as the first item on the agenda rather than the last. The fact that this was the last, we were all kind of brain dead at this point. And there were some things that were just went really fast with a vote, and so that's another way to look at it, I suppose. Another suggestion.
And I'm actually, we don't have to decide it now, right? But I'm going to put a question in your heads, because back on our first year or second year of council, Gabe and I was involved somehow, and I asked Harold, and this has nothing to do with the fact that you raised those resolutions tonight, Dr. Waters. It happens, we've all done it, but there are nights when we have a heavy agenda, and then we have that section that says, items to be voted on by council to add to future agendas. A lot of times we take considerable amounts of time discussing 1, 2, 3, 4, even possible upcoming issues, and it takes away from the agenda, right, that's planned. My question is, my proposal would be, however, Harold pointed out that I was part of the problem in doing this. I would propose we put that on the end right before council comments, where if we have an issue, I mean, I'd rather address the things that we know we're to address, and then if there's additional ideas or additional things we want to address, we can put that at the end, and then we can decide if we really want to spend 11 till 12 addressing those issues, or if we want to wait a week. And so, but because council took a vote and actually made it at the beginning of the meeting, and it wasn't switching it from the end to the beginning, during Mayor Coombs's term as mayor, we were making motions during the end of the meeting, and I never read I never read the rules of procedure to be able to say, point of order, you're not allowed to make motions during the end of the meeting. I didn't think about reading those really carefully until I became mayor so I could chair the meeting. But the solution at the time was, oh God, why are we making these motions at the end of the meeting? We should do it at the beginning. Where the real solution, I think, should be put it on the agenda, don't take a vote, but do that right before council comments, and that would force us to, for example, we all discussed your resolutions, which, good job on bringing those forward, but it would have probably been right now, do we or do we not put it on the agenda? Let's take a vote. Yes, 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 no, no, no. And we wouldn't have had to add commentary on it, as you so eloquently pointed out, Councilmember Martin. So I would actually propose, and I will make the motion next time, that we change the rules of procedure so that we take that section and put it at the end so we get our agenda done before we start putting more things on the agenda. So, Councilmember Christensen?
Do you remember why we changed it? We changed it for a reason. It was because people were making it went on and on and on and on. It was the only time that we could bring up discussion, bring up agenda items. And it was very late at night, and everyone was even more cranky than usual. There were some almost knockdown, drag-out fights. We put it at the beginning so that we could actually just make simple suggestions to add to the agenda. Maybe we should be a little more restrained about how long we go on about these. But tonight, for instance, the two resolutions that Councilman Waters brought up were very important. They deserved a little bit of discussion. We had a reasonable amount of discussion. We don't do that all the time.
We do it most
It is
nights.
not good to have them at the end of the meeting.
I'm not.
And it's when almost no one in the audience is here and has no idea that this is going to be on an upcoming agenda because they're not there.
But the whole.
So that's why we did this. We put it at the end because it did not work at the beginning.
But we were taking votes. The point is not to take a vote. It's just to put it on a future agenda, at which point the paper and the public become notified of those things. Whereas right now what we're doing is we're saying, hey, let's put it on the agenda. And then we spend time debating it rather than just, do we put it on the agenda or not? We spend a great deal of time debating the merits of the issue rather than just putting it on the agenda.
We do, but it's because we argue about.
Well, we don't
whether we're
have
gonna put
to,
it on the
but these
agenda.
7 people, myself included, can't keep their mouths shut. We
Yes,
like to
that's
talk.
right,
I mean, we all do. We all like to talk.
Yes, so it's kind of like living in a duplex. You're going to be annoyed no matter what you do. It's going to, it's life. That's what we signed up for. That's what we get the big bucks for.
Dr. Waters?
And I want my share of the water. I don't have
That's
to pay
exactly-
for it.
that's fine.
So are you suggesting that we wouldn't? I thought we had to make a motion and vote to get something on the
No,
agenda.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the thing is that all I'm saying is we have a full agenda every week,
Yeah.
or typically. And so I'm saying that, I mean, my belief and experience in running meetings is that you should deal with the stuff that you currently have on your agenda before adding things
I
to
just
the
want to
agenda.
clarify that we
That's
would, the methodology would be the same.
It would
or
be
the
the
rules,
same.
not the
It's
methodology.
just that
the
we would
rules
do-
of procedure would be the
we
same.
would do
You'd
the
have
things-
to move and get a second and
we
4
would-
votes to direct staff.
Yes,
That's all.
I'm just saying that let's make sure that we address the things that we've asked staff to address, that they've planned for, before we bring forth 1, 2, 3, or 4 new issues for council to address. That's it. And that we're not voting it, and we wouldn't be voting on the issues other than just, do we add it to the future agenda or not? That's it. Anyway, but we have to vote about it tonight. We don't have to debate it tonight. All I'm saying is I'm going to bring that up next week.
So I
Yeah.
want to be clear on the budget process. By charter, we give it to you tonight. And we go, here are the big points. Then we give you all a chance to look at it. And then we will start in the process of getting into that next layer of detail. That's why this was not an in-depth presentation. It was sort of, here's the big picture. Here's what we tried to take into account to then frame up those conversations.
And my friendly advice at 12:25 in the morning is make damn sure Dr. Waters' questions have answers before we hit a public forum. That's it. All right, let's go ahead and move on to, you have anything to say, Harold and Eugene?
No comment.
Any mayor, any comments from council? All right, let's go home. We're adjourned. What? Oh, were you in the queue? Oh, what did you want to say?